Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has arrived in Kazakhstan, Central Asia, for a 2-day state visit aimed at deepening diplomatic and economic ties. Upon arrival in Astana, the president was received by Kazakhstan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, marking the formal start of the high-level visit. The talks are expected to center on expanding cooperation in finance, ICT, tourism, energy, and educational exchange programs. The broader goal, according to the president, is to boost job creation, enhance skills transfer, and open new markets for Kenyan exports. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has lauded the public transport sector for calling off the planned nationwide strike, saying the government will explore all possible measures to lower fuel prices. Speaking during the funeral of Mzee Ashbon Thuku, father to Kinangop Member of Parliament Kwenya Thuku, in Rugongo Village, Nyandarua County, Kindiki assured Kenyans that the government is working round the clock to address the rising costs of fuel.
Ile kodi ambayo tulikuwa tunatoza katika mambo ya mafuta ikatoka 16% ikakuja 8%. Vile tukaweka in the last 2 months subsidy ya 12 billion shillings in the last 2 months, lakini bado haitoshi. Na niseme ya kwamba matatizo ni mengi, na hata tukitatua hii tatizo kutakuwa na matatizo mengine. Na hili tatizo sio tatizo Kenya pekee, ni tatizo ambayo iko katika mambo ya ulimwengu kwa sababu ya yale mambo mnajua yanaendelea.
Chaos erupted at the Narok County Assembly on Tuesday afternoon after MCAs from rival factions engaged in fistfights during a heated session over an impeachment motion against Finance CEC David Olemonte. Trouble started moments after the sitting began when some MCAs who had initially backed the motion appeared to change their position, angering members pushing for Olemonte's removal. Tension escalated as Speaker Davis Olediki stood to read the motion before voting could take place. The session quickly turned chaotic, forcing security officers to whisk the speaker away as proceedings were brought to an abrupt halt. Property of unknown value was destroyed in several parts of the country as goons took advantage of fuel protest demonstrations to vandalize and loot businesses. In Naivasha, businesses were broken into and property destroyed, while in Murang'a, 2 people were shot dead after police opened fire on an irate mob attempting to raid business premises. Banks and wholesale shops were also targeted, with residents describing the incident as coordinated attacks by criminal gangs.
Ukiangalia kama bangi za Murang'a, kila mahali hakuna bangi hata moja haijapigwa na mawe. Na wakipiga na mawe wakiwa hakuna grilo wanaingia ndani. Hata kama ni duka wakipiga na mawe wakikuta hakuna grilo wanaingia ndani.
Kuna wholesale ingine iko hapa chini ya Magunadu wamekuja wamechukua vitu, na hao vijana si kama kutumwa, ni kama wametumwa na gunzi. Pale tena hapa tunakuwa na bunge tena walikuja wakachukua TV. Hawa wametupeleka hasara kubwa sana.
Tuko hapa tusimamishe kazi yetu, mafuta iaguke, sio kuharibu biashara ya mtu. Tu wengine tuko na maroni. Unachukua roni ndio uweke duka yako hapo, alafu unakuja unabeba paka simu zote. Ni mtu atahazia wapi?
Tumeamuka na tumesema, wewe ukipatikana na kitu ya kuimba yenye iliporo ama umebeba mtungi ama kitu ya mtu, wewe tunakushika kama mwizi na utapatana na mkono ya sheria.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome to Radio Generation. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and I'm with CT Muga in the studio. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and of course 89.5 in Garissa. We're going to be talking about some of the things that happened yesterday, some of the things that we witnessed, some of the things that you witnessed. So we expect you to find us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE. Na utueleze kana kwamba wewe jana ulikuwa wapi? Ulipata magari na vile serikali ama venye watu wa matatu sector walisema the strike has been called off. Did you go to work? Did you stay at home? Were you still stranded? Are you a matatu guy? Give us all that and much more. City, habari ya asubuhi?
Nzuri kabisa.
Uko fiti?
Kabisa.
Wewe inaonekana uko salama salamin.
Nashukuru salama salamin.
Hata hauna stress yoyote?
Niko na stress nyingi sana.
Uko na stress
Nyingi.
Sijali. Mimi nilikuwa na kahoma kameanza kuishaisha, ninafurahi na shukuru Mungu. Ninasema ya kwamba shetani ashindwe. Siku ingine nikienda mahali kuna watu sitasalimia hata mmoja, because that's where I picked up this virus. Staki stories za watu tena mimi.
So wapatie hii.
Ni wagote. Lakini sasa unajua family gatherings where you have to hug people and then you know some cousins are like, "Oh my god, cousin." Then kazi mingi bana.
Mask.
Yes.
Tell them, bana. Mimi sisikii fiti, so poleni lakini.
Itabidi
hujasema chochote.
Sisikii fiti lakini
poleni and then you put on the mask. Sasa let them interpret what you say.
And you know that those cousins who come to your plane and they're like, budo nakula nini? Hebu nionyeshe nyama yako. But they dig into that thing and
mpatie sahani endelee nayo.
Mwambie shika enda nayo.
Sasa bro, hiyo ni sawa kabisa. Kwanza nikuzo. Endelea na hiyo.
Ataanza kunyangalia zile za na budo sikizo unajisikia. Hata huwezi kula sahani moja na mimi. There are those who will come with their what is it called, their tumbler, and they're like, "Buda, ebonjo ske," and you're like,
"Bala, mambo leo, si you know, my friend."
And sometimes they will come to you when you've taken a lot of uji, and they're like, "Ebu kuzonje yangu venye naonja," and then you're like, "Kwani kona nini?" Alafu unapata kirusi tu pap. So these things, City, they are unavoidable, really, especially folks my age. But yes, you were saying something.
No.
Yeah.
The thing is, there is no way out of it, actually.
Yeah.
The only thing is, fortify yourself. Make sure that your immune system is strong.
Okay. Sawa.
Because you're right, utaenda mahali utarajia.
Kuna vitu unavoidable. There's even like a small nephew of yours who will come, uncle sasa nibebe. Na sasa hizo unaona tu makamasi hapa vile imejazana. Na unajua sasa hizi mwambie tisikubebi eti toka hapa enda. Unabeba tu utoto na unatembea.
Bas mafua wewe napata.
Alafu anakuja na kuslap kwa mdomo. Na hiyo mkono ilikuwa imeingia wapi kule ndani.
Bro, you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's life. It is life. But thank God we are here. Big Daddy kule amesema, "Hello gentlemen, kamata salamu from the country down under." Which country is this down under?
Australia.
Okay.
Australia.
All right. Big Daddy kuwa kwa Australia huko Perth, I think alikuwa ametwambia kwa Perth. Haya, watu wa Perth tunawakaribisha. Douglas Kibogong amesema happy to be Douglas Kibogong says happy to be part of you RG team this day. Well, Douglas, you have no idea how happy we are that you're part of us. Sasa zingine unajua unaweza kuwa unajiongelesha and you don't know. Danson Kenya amesema good morning City and Movie. Well, Danson, good morning to you too. And Danson says, good morning, fellow patriots. And he also goes to say, movie, get well soon. Well, Danson, thank you so much. I am well. Hapa mali niko sasa, nina feel ni kama niko 150%. Salamu zifikia watu wa Arsenal. Sijui kama mnaona our producer ameingia ndiye atuonyeshe. Amevaa jazi ya Arsenal. So,
Arsenal walishinda kitu?
No, yes, actually walishinda the English Premier League.
Oh!
Yes, they did.
That's big.
They did win the English Premier League. So yesterday, Bournemouth was playing against Manchester City. and they drew 1-1. So Manchester City is 4 points behind Arsenal. So even if, because they have, I think, one more game remaining, or is it two more? I think it's one more game remaining. So even if they win or lose the upcoming game, Arsenal has bagged this already. And also Arsenal, even if they win or lose their last game, they've already bagged it. So congratulations to those folks known as Arsenal. It's been 22 years in the making, man. Wamengojea kitu for 22 years. Wacha tuwapatie maua yao, hata kama imekuanga vinyi imekuwa, but musifurahie sana. Liverpool tulishinda last season na saizi tuko number 5. Tunaomba Mungu tusikuwe number 6 by the end of the weekend. So mnaweza furahia sana, lakini pia msifurahie sana. Okay, sherekeeni kwa sababu mmepata hii kitu, lakini mkumbuke bado kuna next season. Also, in the same breath, big shout out to watu wa Gor Mahia. Gor Mahia are also set to win the Kenya Premier League. I think they have 2 more games remaining. I could be wrong on this, but I think they have 2 more games. Behind them is AFC Leopards, wanakuja mbio. And Kenya Police wako number 3 pia. So hawa watu wanaletana mbio. Kwanza AFC na Kogalo. Your game, hizo games zao zimebaki zitakuwa moto. I think they have 2 more games each remaining. So wish them all the best. Meanwhile,
come on.
Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning RG family. Luis, good morning to you too. What is significant about today? We talk about history at this particular time. Tuangalie leo ni 20th May 2026. Ni nini kilifanyika cha maana? So apparently in 1498, Portuguese explorer Vasco da Gama arrived in Calicut in India, establishing the first direct sea route between Europe and Asia. Is that so? Okay. 1498. Jamaa on a day like today alifika India, establishing the first direct sea route between Europe and Asia. Alafu pia kuna mtu wa 1873, that is Levi Strauss and Jacob Davis, were granted the original US patent for blue jeans reinforced with copper rivets. Si tunajua Levi?
Long.
Kuna zile jeans wanga zimeandikwa Levi. So huyu jamani anaitwa Levi Strauss akiwa na mwenzake Jacob Davis, they were granted the United States original patent for blue jeans reinforced with copper rivets. So wanga zile ma rivets na wanga pale hivyo, especially karibu na hizi places zinaitwa mfuko, ndio hiyo jeans isiraruke. Ama jamani ndio walikami na hiyo kitu. And then in 1932 Amelia Earhart, I hope I'm saying this correctly, Amelia Earhart landed in Northern Ireland, becoming the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. All right. First woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. Huyu madam alikuwa ndio yeye. Haya. Kazi kwako City. Tupatie methali yetu ya leo ambayo inatoka katika ile nchi inajulikana kama Gold Coast. Yes?
Formerly known as the Gold Coast, which is Ghana.
Twende kazi.
If you are on the road to nowhere,
yes,
find another road.
If you're on the road to nowhere,
tafadhali
find another road.
Tafadhali
tafuta njia nyingine.
Yeah.
Kuna mwingine pia alisema, I think wazungu alikuwa anaenda nowhere sana. Anasema if you do not know where you're going, any road will lead you there. Yeah, but hii ya Ghana nimeipenda.
Wewe unapenda yeye?
Hii ya Ghana manze. So if you find yourself on the road to nowhere, yani basically ukiangalia maisha yako uone you are neither here nor there. You need to find yourself.
True.
Yes, you need to find yourself.
Hapa tu tamba.
Uko hapa, uko pale, mara uko hapa.
Huna uhakika.
Tafuta msimamo.
Kikamilifu.
Tafuta msimamo.
Inakuwa hivyo.
Tafuta msimamo wenzangu. That is basically, in so many words, that is what it means, right?
Right.
All right. I guess today we are diving right into it. We want to check out what's making headlines across the globe. You can follow us as well on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Utuambie, rather tusome na wewe ukiangalia ni nini ambacho kinaendelea kufanyika kwenye mitandao. For example, there is this story about Senate summons Inspector General ID Kanja over removal of pregnant recruits at Kiganjo. Say what now? Let's just read and see what exactly happened. The Senate has asked Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and senior National Police Service officials to explain the removal of 18 female recruits from the National Police College in Kiganjo after reports that they were found to be pregnant during training. A move that has triggered questions over fairness and legality in police recruitment practices. Nominated Senator Veronica Maina raised the issue in the House, pushing the Senate Security Committee to seek urgent clarification, saying the decision raises concerns about discrimination against women in public service. Maina told senators that the reported expulsions reflect a deeply concerning lack of gender sensitivity and institutional responsiveness towards women, particularly expectant mothers seeking opportunities in public service and professional advancement. All right, City. Wacha nikupatia nafasi ya wewe kurushua mawe wa kwanza. What do you have to say about this situation?
I think this is one of those rare occasions where I am happy that Parliament is actually doing something useful.
Okay.
Because indeed, what are the reasons why these young ladies were removed? And it's none of these. There's no official secret. Secret. No. It's a recruitment.
Yes.
And there are requirements that people must meet.
All right.
They were already in Kiganjo, which means they had met
those requirements. Yes.
So what did they do?
They had sex, for sure. Or wait, what are you asking?
What did they do that warranted the expulsion?
See, they were pregnant.
Are they sure that is why they were? Is there evidence to support this? You know, I always ask this question.
To support what? The fact that they were pregnant?
No, the fact that they say they were pregnant.
But it is here. The Senate has said, the Senate has asked Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and senior National Police Service officials to explain the removal of 18 female recruits from the National Police College in Kiganjo after reports that they were found to be pregnant during training.
I am questioning that report.
Okay. So are we saying that they were not pregnant? No. What are you saying?
I am saying they may have been pregnant.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
What is it that they are telling us is the proof that indeed the expulsion was about pregnancy? I'm questioning everything here.
Okay,
just because it is said they were pregnant.
Let's assume, okay? And I'm using here the word assume. Let's assume they were pregnant. So, Kiganjo training. How will they be trained while pregnant? From my understanding, I've never been to Kiganjo, but from my understanding, your process of training is very rigorous.
Yeah, but
it's jumping up and down. No matter you're screamed at, you're insulted, you run up mountains.
Yes.
You know, there are gunshots. You're taught how to karate, kung fu.
Again, yes.
So how are you going to do that when you are pregnant, City?
You know, I am not taking this discussion south.
Yeah,
I've refused.
Yes.
For a simple reason.
Right.
We need to establish that we are having a discussion that is based on facts. Okay?
Na ndio nimesema City to assume because there has got to be a reason as to why they were
Yes, and what is the reason? Because if you tell us that part of what they do when they are screening before you get to Kiganjo is what they call a pregnancy test.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
And we'll ask you, what sort of pregnancy test is this?
Unakojoleanga kijiti.
Even if that is the case, if somebody has had an abortion,
right,
akojole that kijiti, as you're saying, it will indicate that they are pregnant and they are not.
Okay.
That
is what we call a false positive.
Yes. Now, everything that we know about the recruitment of people in the discipline forces, there are processes that are outlined and they are clear. Okay? So this process of testing for pregnancy, is it before you're admitted to Kiganjo or after you've been admitted?
So according, again, to this report by, who was written it by the Maureen Kinyanjui. According to Maureen, amesema they were already in Kiganjo. Right. Kumaanisha walikuwa wamepita hizo process zingine, maybe hata walikuwa wameshakojolea kijiti. All right?
Let me ask this question.
And then let me finish the training process. I don't know how long it takes, but I'm assuming it takes a couple of months. I think we were told about 6 months or 9 months. So within these 9 months or 6 months, someone or these 18 ladies probably got pregnant. So at the time of recruitment, they were very much not pregnant.
Paul, these are the things that these fellows who are making the report need to clarify. police procedures are these.
Yeah.
Recruitment procedures are these.
Right.
When in Kiganjo, this is what happens,
Uh-huh.
etc., 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 etc.
Right.
And if indeed the pregnancy occurred when they had already been recruited and were in Kiganjo, then you cannot just remove the girls because they're the ones who are pregnant. Who are the people who call them pregnant?
Okay.
They are pure whose issue.
What do you mean who? See, maybe they have boyfriends and husbands.
Bro,
Yes.
I am going by what you said. You're the one who said assume. Because if you go back to my line of argument, then there's nothing we're discussing. Because we have not established a basis for the discussion.
Whoever made them pregnant is
according to
relevant.
They are already in Kiganjo, and you said the pregnancy may have occurred when they were in Kiganjo.
Yes.
Their husbands are not in Kiganjo. Their boyfriends they can acquire in Kiganjo.
Akunanga conjugal visits huku Kiganjo?
When you're training? Never. When recruits are training, there's no such thing.
Okay. See, they usually
you are sequestered. It's a place where the focus only training. There is nothing like those conjugal visit rights, whatever it is.
Female and male recruits interact?
Paul, the theory is that it was a likely event, according to you, that they met men with whom they had some understanding.
Yes.
Of the conjugal nature.
Right.
In Kiganjo. Now, do you see why I refuse to have this discussion in that manner? Look, we haven't been told about police procedures in such matters, so I don't know. We haven't been told about, or has that article stated it?
Well, it's quite a lengthy one. According to, let me just finish reading here. Pregnancy is neither misconduct nor incapacity, and motherhood must never be construed as a disqualification from service. So this is, of course, according to Senator Maina. The recruits were reportedly removed under National Police Service regulations that classify pregnancy as incompatible with the physical demanding nature of police training. The matter has since sparked debate among lawmakers and rights groups who argue that the decision may conflict with constitutional protections on equality, dignity, and fair labor practices. Okay, hii kitu haisemi vitu mingi, but what I know is that it is going to be very difficult for a pregnant woman to train.
Paul, that article has to tell people why it is. According to police regulations, whatever, if it is pregnancy indeed, which hasn't been proven, you don't prove pregnancy by stating that it exists. No.
Okay.
No. The tests that they apply must also be explained to us so that we understand what it is we're talking about.
Does the test really matter?
Yes, it matters.
Okay.
Yes, it matters.
Because
if you're going to determine that somebody is in a state that warrants them to be disqualified from what they're doing, you need to tell us with clarity what it is that you did.
Maybe walikojolea kijiti, wakafanya blood test, na wakafanya ultrasound.
You see, all this is guesswork from you.
That's why I said maybe.
Bas.
Because I'm sure by the time we are saying City is unfit for this position, for example.
Yeah, well, then tell us what those reasons are and tell us your qualification requirements so that we know what it is that we're discussing. Yeah.
For example, City, anyway, wacha nisiongee mbaya, ninaweza
atakiwa. Tafuta topic nyingine ya kuongelea bwana.
So City. National Police Service, no court action taken against Central Police Station Officer Commanding Station, that is OCS. Story ya mimbe imeanza kuwa tricky. The National Police Service has dismissed reports circulating on social media alleging that the officer commanding station of Central Police Station in Nairobi had been processed for a court appearance, terming the claims false and misleading. In a press statement issued from police headquarters, the service said the information was entirely erroneous and urged the public to disregard it. The National Police Service wishes to respond to entirely erroneous and misleading social media reports alleging that the officer commanding station of Central Police Station, Nairobi, was being processed for a court appearance. This information is incorrect, the statement read. All right. Sawa. The NPS, like any other disciplined service, has internal mechanisms to address matters concerning its members. Now, these mechanisms may result in either administrative or disciplinary action, it said. Yunule Karaojan alikuwa ameshikwa. Unakumbuka tukisoma hiyo story hapa before tutoke?
And we asked the same question. What really happened? You know, I cannot conjecture a situation that has been in force for as long as I have lived.
Yeah.
There are certain dictates that determine how processes are followed when recruitment is done and how training is done.
Yeah.
For someone to be expelled, there must be reasons that are given well ahead of time as to what it is that would warrant an expulsion.
Yeah.
So these are the things I was asking. According to what exists, has the writer given us good reason? Talking about human rights and all what have you is all fair.
Yeah.
It's all good. But if the police have certain requirements with which they recruit, those are their requirements. If you want them to align with the constitution, then change those rules.
I'm sure waliambiwa before, during the process ya recruitment. After now, you've been told, okay, now guys, this is Kiganjo, karibuni. I am sure one of the few things they're usually told by their commanding or training officers, one of them is, I'm sure wanambiangwa tafadhali, ukipata mimba ukiwa hapa, my friend, kazi imekwisha. Kwa hivyo, kama wewe umeona mtu hapa na unataka yeye, you do the necessary steps to protect yourself against pregnancy. At the very least, mpaka umalize training na ufanye hata kazi mwaka moja, miaka mbili bwana, kabla uame kufanya nini? Kupata watoto. Otherwise, kazi itaishia hapa, my friend. I'm sure aliambiwa hivyo City.
Mimi, I'm not sure because I don't know what they're told.
Mimi si karao, but ninajua hiyo ni kitu moja.
Mzee, hebu badilisha topic bwana.
Kindiki appeals will come amid fuel price negotiations. Yeah. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has reaffirmed the government's commitment to lowering fuel prices even as negotiations with sector stakeholders continue, and has called for calm and cooperation to ensure a swift resolution to ongoing concerns. Speaking during a funeral service for Mzee Esbon Thuku Kwenyu in Rugongo Kinangop constituency, Kindiki praised public service vehicle operators for calling off a planned strike to allow dialogue, describing the move as a demonstration of patriotism and willingness to engage constructively. You remember that guy who said, with all due respect, 2 nights ago, bana wanasema ati huyo jamaa na wenzake walihongwa ndio maana wali call off strike. Because that night walikuwa wamesema hii strike inaendelea no matter what. Mpaka hiyo fuel price ishuke. Then kidogo like this, jana midday wanasema sasa wasee ni aje, tumesema tusimamishe inaitwaje strike kwa Kiswahili ni mgomo. Asanti. Tusimamishe mgomo tukiendelea kuzungumza na nini na serikali. So a lot of conjecture out there is that these guys were given a little bit something, I mean.
In Kenya, that is normally the interpretation.
Yeah. Kama mlikuwa mna strike bana, na mnaambia serikali tuna strike, hii kitu tumesema tunaishikilia hadi next week Monday, na Monday tutaongea tuone kama tutaendelea nayo, because these guys had said they'll do this for the entirety of this week. Then kidogo like this,
if that report to be taken seriously, then it means everything they were saying was part of the negotiation.
Because what changed between that night and yesterday?
Yeah,
because the prices definitely did not go down. So
an understanding was clearly arrived at.
And what is in this understanding that they haven't told us about?
Clearly, if there's a strike notice, first of all, who was striking?
The public transport sector.
The private transport sector. It's not a public transport is owned and run by the government. But the transport that we have in Kenya that the public uses the most, well, someone end on strike.
Ndio. Hata tuite public service vehicles vile inaitwa na Professor Kindiki.
Yes, sawa. So they said they were going on strike. And one didn't see those vehicles on the road, really.
I mean, there were a few here and there, depending on where you were.
But there were a few. The ones I saw were parked. They were not moving. Okay.
Yeah.
So now that we've said they were parked.
Yes.
So these same people are the ones who have said that they've reached a certain point of negotiation.
Yeah.
So they're giving this thing a break to see what will happen.
Yeah, there's a return to work formula.
This has happened before.
Yeah.
But why is it that there's a thinking that this now? First of all, let's start and ask the people who are talking, are they bona fide leaders of this industry?
Yes, they are.
Then if they're bona fide leaders of the industry and they're the ones who call the strike, they have the mandate and they can call off the strike.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. When we have health workers strike and then calling off the strike, do we ever say that they were bribed?
No, we don't. But you see, by the time they are going back to work, there are certain things they usually have a demand list, right?
Did these guys raise that you have a demand list?
Walikuwa nasema tu mafuta, the demand was only one, mafuta ishuke, period.
Zilishuka na 10 bob.
Ilishuka na 10 bob, lakini bado wakasema strike imeendelea wase. Na haikushuka na 10 bob, ni diesel tu ilishukishwa na 10 bob, alafu hiyo difference
then kerosene ikapandishwa.
Kerosene ikapandishwa. So bado mafuta, bei ya mafuta ni ile ile.
So no.
Ni venye tu mafuta moja ni cheaper kuliko nyingine.
No. Things have changed. Kerosene is more expensive.
Exactly. So unacheki. Ndio nakwambia si kitu tunafaa kuelewa. Yes? Is that nothing really for doctors, for example, they will give a list of demands and they'll say we want X amount of money, we want interns to be employed, we want this parts.
Then there's a phrase, irreducible minimum.
So maybe out of 10 demands, 7 will be sorted, and then they'll say, okay, we'll go back to work as we negotiate on the remaining 3. All right? Same with every other sector. Teachers, the same thing. They have 10 demands, 6 are taken care of, they go back to work as they negotiate the remaining 4. Hawa matatu walikuanga na one demand, nothing changed. Okay, ili change diesel ika change kidogo, lakini bado wakasema bwana, with all due respect, bado tunaendelea na hii kitu.
And
then the next day midday they say, guys, we have said we will give room for negotiations, so let's go back to work. Hiyo si ni indication ya bahasha ya Brown?
Hapana, not necessarily.
Si hiyo ni indication ya bahasha ya Brown.
Wewe inaonekana unajuana na hivi hao watu wa
bahasha. Najua wenye wanaziuzanga, na jana bahasha nyingi sana zilinunuliwa.
Well, if that is the case, then we will know, won't we?
Na unajua tuliacha kutuma barua kitambo sana.
Wewe,
watu waliacha kutuma barua kitambo sana. Sasa hizo bahasha zilibaiwa kwa nini? Anyway, tutatafuta mtu wa transport sector.
Zinauzwa.
Mtu wa matatu, watu wa hizo magari zote, mabasi nini, so they can come and they tell us. Meanwhile, let's check out this thing we call traffic. Today everything is back to normal. I can see pockets of traffic along Ngong Road, kule Karia what? This is Karangirini. I won't even say it again because I'm not sure what I just said. Kingara Road uko naona ka traffic kidogo. So this is at the Junction Mall, yeah? Hiyo ni traffic kidogo pale, alafu Kilimani Estate mkivuka Woodley Estate, so that stretch of Ngong Road because of Joseph Kang'ethe Road, and more or less Kilimani Road, so that ka junction hakona traffic. Ring Road Kilimani pia hiyo base iko na traffic, lakini the rest of the pathway, if I may call it, iko sawa. Ngong Road pia pale kwa roundabout ya Nairobi Funeral Home, hapo kuna ka traffic, lakini hata nisiite traffic, those are just cars waiting for the lights to change and they move onto their lanes. Haile Selassie not looking bad. You guys are moving quite well as you're getting into the CBD. Then when I check out the CBD, today you guys have gone back to work. Landis Road matatu zimerudi, naona pale kuna traffic. Alafu nikiangalia in Quarry Road uko Ring Road Ngara, hiyo pia traffic imerudi. Hizo ni matatu zinakuanga hapo nazijua. And then Murang'a Road pia ka traffic amerudi kiasi. Hiyo ni kumaanisha you guys are moving quite well. Then the place that we discussed yesterday and we said there is absolutely no activity, today has come back full throttle. Unaona kutoka KCA University ukuje mpaka hapa Hash Grill, hiyo barabara yote iko bumper ta bumper. Watu wanatoka Kiambu Road, kama unaweza work from home today, you might as well do that because sioni ukifika kazini. That traffic is bad. It's really bad. Then you go back all the way to Kenyatta University. My goodness. What's not happening here? Kwenye huku mulifungwa mabiashara kwa barabara because it's really, the traffic has stretched all the way. I'm looking at so let me go back from Garden City Mall. I'm now going back towards Kasarani Mwiki. That road is red. Then we go back towards oh my goodness, imefika mpaka Githurai na ikapita Githurai ika stretch all the way back to Kenyatta University. Is there an accident on this road? Someone please, if you're there, give us an update because this traffic is unusual. I'm not used to seeing this road looking like this on any given day. Alafu watu wa huko ni kumani Kiambu Road, mnyinyi mko sawa, hamna shida yote. Nimewaambia tu mkifika pale hivyo Mathare ndio shida inapatana na nyinyi. Mombasa Road is looking good, man. This is absolutely gorgeous. You guys, you need to move towards that side because from Imara Mall huko kote rudi nyuma mpaka Signature Mall, hiyo barabara iko clean, iko swafe, hakuna traffic hata kidogo. Watu wa Outer Ring Road mumerudi kwa zile shida zenu. Traffic imeanzia pale Southfield Mall going back all the way to Airport North Road and beyond. If I take a look at Mombasa County ina tofauti jana, leo na siku zote. Jana venye mlikuwa tu ndio mko leo. This road known as Tononoka Road iko sawa. Kule Kengeleni pia naona mko sawa. If you see any changes, you let me know. Time for us to get into that newspaper review, paper check, and we shall start with, let me see which paper is ready. Kama kawaida tunapendanga kwanza na People Daily. Interesting headline for today. What does it say? Here we go. Naweza ufunguke. All right. How states' appetite for taxes created fuel crisis is what they're calling it. They're saying cost of government's addiction to taxes in hidden charges and securitized levies deepen country's debt burden and take a toll at the pump. Nakumbuka sisi tukiongea juzi ma taxes jana.
Tuliongea vizuri sana.
Wanasema hapa hivi levies amount to about 25 bob, taxes amount to 21 shillings. Then there's a 3.5 shillings petroleum development levy, 18 shillings anti-adulteration levy, 2.1 shillings the railway development levy. Which railway is this, guys? The last I checked, tulikopa pesa mingi sana China kujenga expressway, SGR. Na tukakopa pesa zingine nyingi sana za kutengeneza SGR nyingine inaenda bako kwa Malaba. And then there's a 0.75 bob, the petroleum development levy again. Queen, how many petroleum development levies do we have? Because the first one was 3.5 shillings, yeah? The petroleum development levy, the import declaration fee of Kenya shillings 3.5, which covers import documentation. So this is the petroleum development, no, this is the import declaration fee. Then there is the petroleum development levy of 0.75 shillings to fund the operations of the regulator, that is EPRA, and the merchant shipping levy of 0.03 per litre to fund maritime safety and port regulation. My goodness.
Are you any wiser?
Yes, actually I am. Inside Gashagua's push to make Ruto a one-term president. You will read that inside People Daily page 8. And then TSC unable to meet financial obligations, new audit report reveals. Kumaanisha hata walimu hawezi lipa, si ndio? Kumaanisha hata recruitments haziwezi fanyika. Haya. The Rakanidis leap from the shadows of the highlands. You can read that story on page 13. And there's a picture here of a Kenyan. Demonstrators block a section of Community Road off Thika Road during protest by the Matatu sector, demanding the immediate decrease of fuel prices on Monday, May 18th, 2026. But yesterday was a fairly good day in terms of chaos. We didn't see any chaos. We didn't see any people fighting in the streets. Barabara zikufungwa na mtu yote. Hakuna mahali taya ziliashwa moto.
Yesterday was peaceful.
Yesterday was, and I wish every other Mgomo would be like that.
The first call was stay at home.
Yes.
So if people stay at home, the streets will be empty. Yes. Except for individuals
who just want to loot and perpetuate goonism. Yeah. Daily, not Daily Nation, but the Standard, wanaita the walking nation. Nothing stands in the way of President William Ruto's taste for the finer things in life. Not citizens forced to trek for kilometers as they try to eke out a living, and not even relatives mourning loved ones shot by police during the 2-day Matatu protest as he flies in private jets and cruises in the latest Mercedes-Benz. Governor Johnson Sakaja has been designated as a trustee in talks with transport sector players in the fuel price negotiations, while his cabinet secretaries lurch from one blunder to another, and Deputy President Kithure Kindiki appears adrift amid the unfolding developments. Nani anaandika hizi vitu za Standard?
No, but what they've written makes sense. It's not that They merely report. Wajua hii ni report.
No, actually, kashif nasema iko tu sawa. But that person is very emotional about this thing.
Sikuwa nasema kwamba ati wameandika vibaya. Saying they're reporting.
Yes.
But their reporting is biased.
No comment.
Well, I am saying so. They start from a point of view that there's a point they want to make, and the reporting now makes that point.
But whatever they have said, do you have an alternative view?
No, I even don't think it is wrong to be biased. No.
Okay.
I think that you have to have a position, and it is that position that I'm calling a bias.
So they're saying a walking nation as the president keeps flying. And they're saying 3.2 million shillings per flight hour. That is the estimated taxpayer cost of the private jet, according to globalcharter.com. So the president has chartered a private jet that he's using to, yenye now Azerbaijan.
What? I thought we had a presidential plane.
Yeah, but hii amechata ingine. Hiyo yake sijui shida iko wapi. Maybe ina ile range ya hizi zingine. So the point here is ndege yake, hii ndege ambaye inatumia shilingi milioni 3.2 kwa lisali moja.
And there are no planes, commercial planes that go to that country.
I am sure there are. A lot of the presidents by the way who came here during the Africa Forward Summit, majority of them used commercial flights.
My question exactly, are there commercial flights that go to this country, this destination the president has gone to?
Mtu anaenda anaangalia KQ leo inaenda Azerbaijan saa ngapi, una book flight yako na watu wako wote, mnalipa rates zile za kawaida zenye Mungala Mbuvi na City Muga angelipa, inawapeleka, ndege inaendelea kufanya shughuli yake. Siku ya kurudi mna book tena flights, mnachukua mkoa ngapi, mtu wa 20, mnapanda hiyo ndege inarudisha Nairobi.
Yes.
So if it is true that they are using 3.2 million, that is the estimated taxpayer cost of the private jet, according to globalcharter.com. This is something I think they should actually address and say if indeed it is true they were using 3.2 million, if it was less, if it was more, and perhaps why they chose this over commercial flights.
This issue of hiring private jets has come up before, if you recall.
Yes, I recall.
Yes, and there's a huge debate as must they take this one?
Yeah.
Okay, let's agree you've hired, but can you not hire a cheap one?
Unajua wanasemanga pia cheap is expensive, eh?
Not necessarily.
I don't know if you've ever hired a vehicle then inaenda polepole, mara iko na engine problems.
Polepole haipandi mlima bro.
Usiku mataa haiwaki, si ndio hiyo sasa haipandi.
That happened to me.
Usiku mataa unajaribu kuwasha mpaka unapigia mwenye gari, we Kamau. Okay. Otieno. Bwana hii gari haitaki kuwaka mataa, anakwambia, "Oh sorry, nilikwambia usitembee usiku." What do you mean? Yeah, so cheap is expensive because Kamau will probably give you this car for 1500.
Otieno.
Oh sorry, Otieno will give you this car for 1500, but you refuse to take one that is worth 35. So you have to deal with problems
makosa ni yako. You hire a car and you don't determine that all these things are working.
See, but you are looking for the cheapest one.
Let me ask you something, Paul. If you look for the cheapest, it means you don't check whether everything is working.
You check.
Then you can tell whether the lights are working or not even in daylight.
I know, but these are things you don't think at the time.
Then so the problem is not Otieno's, it's yours.
Yeah. So Otieno gave you 1500. Kiprotich was giving it to you at 35. And you said, no, 35 is expensive. I mean, look at Otieno, 1500. So maybe in the case of President Trudeau, this is what they said, 3.2 million per hour. And then they saw another one, they were like, hey, hii inapatiana na 800,000 per hour, hii inaweza kuwa na shida. Wacha tuende na hii ya 3.2. Yeah. So there you have it as far as the Standard is concerned. Wacha tuangalie moja hapa inaitwa Daily Nation. Daily Nation wamesema hivi, how state can lower fuel prices. These ones have given an analysis, They have pie charts and everything. So wanasema so there are several amounts here. For example, landed cost, storage and distribution, price stabilization, importers margin, dealers margin, excise duty, road maintenance levy, petroleum development, petroleum regulatory, railway development, anti-adulteration, merchant shipping, import declaration, and then VAT. So according to Daily Nation, they are saying this is where to increase. They are saying, for example, price stabilization subsidy. Hiyo unaweza ongeza kidogo. Okay? Then where to cut? Wanasema excise duty and road maintenance levy na value added tax. Hizo wanasema value added tax, excise duty, road maintenance levy, you reduce that from 13. No, that is 13 of the 25. Okay. The point is, reduce hizo vitu tatu. Excess duty, road maintenance levy, value added tax.
Right.
Ukireduce hiyo wanasema mafuta itakuwa sawa sawa.
Right.
They go on to say, experts ? Fuel crisis exposes CSs. John Mbadi, Treasury CS. Opiyo Wandayi, Energy CS. Davis Chirchir, Transport CS. Ministers John Mbadi and Opiyo Wandayi joined the government as experts, in air quotes, to support a regime under threat from a Gen Z uprising in 2024. But the fuel crisis and this week's transport strike have exposed their vulnerabilities. Davis Chirchir is on the spot over his laid-back approach to handling a matter under his docket. That story is on page 5. And they're also saying that this is a balancing act with international oil prices well beyond the government's control and the fuel subsidy kitty all but exhausted. Petroleum taxes and margins enjoyed by oil marketing companies will become the focal point for state negotiators seeking to appease public sector transport operators as they race against time to lower the cost of fuel within the next 7 days. Will they succeed in averting another economic shutdown? That story is on page 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 and 13. Court orders destruction of drugs and vessels. Iranian vessel and methamphetamine valued at 8.2 billion will be destroyed over fears of security breaches, corruption, theft, and possible infiltration by cartels. That story is on page 2. Ebola deaths in DRC hit 131 as virus spreads. There have been 516 suspected cases and 33 confirmed patients in Congo, according to health authorities. Neighboring Uganda has reported 2 cases. Kenya draws South Africa in 2027 AFCON qualifiers. Harambee Stars coach Benny McCarthy will reunite with his home nation South Africa, but stand on the opposite side in the 2027 AFCON qualifiers. Woman who quit business for family wins half of ex's assets. Wait, what? A court in Nairobi has awarded a divorced woman half of her former husband's property company shares and bank deposits, having found that her unpaid domestic work and support had helped to build the family's wealth during their 10-year marriage. That one is on page 3. Over to you, CT.
I want to look at only one paper today, and that is the East African.
All right.
And for a very specific reason.
Look at it.
Let me turn the page and read. Museveni CC meet on Nile regional security. The source of the Nile is Lake Victoria.
Yes.
And the Nile is the one water source that Egypt relies on.
Oh, yeah.
For you name it. Okay? But before that, let me just read newsmakers. Yoweri Museveni, the Ugandan president, was sworn in on Tuesday for another 5-year term at a ceremony in Kampala, attended by several African heads of states, former presidents, and foreign dignitaries. This one most Kenyans may not know, so it is good that they are told. Cyril Ramaphosa. The South African president will take an independent panel report that suggests he may have violated the constitution for judicial review. The legal battle stems from the Falafala scandal. Those who do not know what it is should look it up. Falafala is spelled P-H-A-L-A-P-H-A-L-A.
So it's Palapala, but
Falafala.
Okay.
Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, wants the international community to act swiftly to address the conflicts and climate shocks affecting African nations for a path to a peaceful, prosperous future. Okay.
Yeah.
Riek Machar. Majority of forces to be integrated into the National Army are former members of Sudan's People's Liberation Army in opposition, SPLA-IO, led by detained former Vice President Riek Machar. So, Donald Trump, the U.S. president, has said he has made no commitments either way on Taiwan during talks with China's President Xi Jinping.
Xi Jinping.
Xi.
Your X inasemanga Xi.
Xi.
Yeah.
It is Xi.
Yeah, and then
Xi.
Q is Chi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's leave the president of China. He said the pair had talked about a lot of self-governing Taiwan. Okay. Have you understood what I've read?
I know that you've said something.
Right. Manchester United are on negotiations with former midfielder over a 2-year deal to become new coach on a permanent basis. The senior figures have decided he is the right man for the job. This guy is called Michael Carrick. Okay, now let me go back to what I was saying about Museveni and LCC and the Nile.
All right.
Right. President Yoweri Museveni on Wednesday met with Egyptian leader Abdel Fattah al-Sisi at State House in Tebe in his first bilateral engagement since becoming sworn in for the 7th 5-year term. 7th 5-year term,
35 so far.
The talk centered on trade, industrialization, renewable energy, fishing farm, fish farming, regional security, and the sustainable management of the River Nile, according to the statement from the Ugandan presidency. On regional and international affairs, President Museveni expressed concern over prolonged instability in Libya, the conflict in Palestine, and tensions involving Iran, saying Africa should continue to advocate dialogue and peaceful solutions to the conflict. We cannot remain silent when people continue to suffer through endless wars and instability. That, my friend, is what Museveni said.
Okay.
99 Congolese protesters arrested in Nairobi. Remember sometime last week or the week before, I mentioned that there was a protest by some Congolese in Nairobi. Suspects were arrested by Kenyan authorities during the African Forward Summit. Okay?
Bale batu balikuwa na banakatai mambo ya Kifaransa.
Yes.
Bakakuja kupiga kelele.
Well, the baka business continued and bakashikwa.
Bakakamatwa, bamewekwa ndani.
Yes.
Banangoja mambo yafanyike kule Kongo. Kule katika na kubanga bilute.
Some of 99 Congolese nationals were arrested in Nairobi during the Africa France Summit for allegedly attempting to stage protests near hotels hosting visiting heads of states.
You know, okay, if you're Congolese and you're listening to me, let me ask for forgiveness in advance. You know, these guys are easy to spot.
No,
their hairstyle and the makeup for both men and women.
Me, it is not the easy to spot. You're in Kenya. You want to protest?
It's okay. Kenyans also protest.
Wait.
Okay.
There are leaders from other African countries visiting Kenya.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And you want to go to the hotel to protest?
Yes.
Haven't you observed how Kenyans who are protesting are treated?
Sembuse nyinyi.
So you
and you know, you can just look at this guy, umwambie tu habari yake usikie, bina Mungu. Unajua tu wewe ni mtu wa kutoka Kongo. Kamata yeye. How many again were arrested? 99.
Okay, guys. IG Kanja. Ani wageni wacha watoke.
No wonder nimekuwa nikiona mlolongo wa watu wako anymore. Kumbe walikamata.
It sounds impolite that we are laughing.
No.
We laugh at our own issues as well. It is not that we're laughing. We're laughing.
You know,
this is not a derogatory laugh against her.
No.
It's just that, bro, you're in Kenya and you haven't figured out how this thing works.
How watu city ukipatana na wao vizuri, like if you meet a proper Congolese,
a Congo man,
hautakosa kujua huyu ni Koffi Olomide. First of all, the hairstyle, mtu amepaka rangi kwa ndevu, amepaka rangi kwa nywele, alafu amevaa all the, what are they called, jewelry all over his hands, on the neck they have all this jewelry, and then the makeup. Mwanaume ni mweusi lakini ile rangi amepaka kwa uso.
Uso ni nani?
Hiyo unga ukimkula Koffi hivi, hiyo unga unaweza pika nayo ugali.
Okay. Jamaa sura ambaye amepakwa ni sura ya nani?
Ni yake tu.
Basi tuache hapo.
Sina ubaya na hiyo sura mimi, na sina ubaya na akipaka hiyo makeup. I am just saying that it is easy to pick up these guys
let me ask the question
from a crowd.
Inaonekana hukuelewa vizuri. Sura inapakwa ni ya nani?
Sawa.
Okay. Let me read a comment made by Isa Mahmoud Mohammed, Nairobi Regional Police Commander. This one is going to have you in stitches.
Okay.
Whether they are supporting or opposing their president, we cannot allow demonstrations at a venue hosting international guests and head of states.
Yes.
Mkenya amezungumza na
imeisha hapo. You know, have you met that policeman?
No, I haven't.
He's the regional head, right?
Yes, he is.
He's got the way he talks, with authority. I don't think that guy smiles.
Oh, everybody smiles.
I don't think he smiles.
Okay.
He's the same guy who led the arrest on Sakaja that time. They were looking for Sakaja all over Kenya. Yes.
Achezi.
Jamaa bwana, I don't think mali anatokanga yo smile. Even his junior officers wanajuanga this huyu afande achekangi.
So ameajiriwa kucheka, ameajiriwa kufanya kazi.
Sawa City. Makara ucheka bana. Hata wale wako kiganjo wanachekanga.
Okay. Let's go into DRC and the issues of M23.
All right.
In a dusty street of Sange trading town on the Ruziri plain on the eastern part of the DRC, Congo, the hum of government military vehicles has for now replaced the sound of gunfire. On Tuesday, army trucks rolled into Sange several days after members of the M23 rebel group left the town and several areas of the north of Uvira, the temporary provincial capital of South Kivu, and a key commercial and military hub near the borders of Rwanda and Burundi. Soldiers patrolled the streets, some riding motorcycles and others on foot. The streets still bore the marks of recent fighting. Residents watched from the doorways and roadside stalls. They were relieved that the rebels had left, but unsure whether this would lead to lasting peace or merely be a lull in the hostilities. I say this for a simple reason, and I read this for a simple reason. There are problems in the Middle East. There are problems in Gaza, problems in Iran, but there are problems in DRC. We talk more about the problems of Gaza and Iran than the problems of DRC. And these are our neighbors. These are our people in Eastern Central Africa. So, again, we must, as we talk about and as we protest about the ill treatment of people in other parts of the globe, let's not forget the people who live in our continent and people who are having a difficult time. Those people who live in the eastern part of DRC, my friends, some of them have been born to conflict. They have not known peace all these years.
True.
Okay? So even as we fight to ensure that the countries that we live in on this continent are better, let us please continue trying to shine a torch and a light on the perils and the plight of those with whom we share the continent.
Yeah. Okay. Danson Kenya tulikuwa tumemsalimia, si ndio? Big Daddy Kula ameconfirm ako path for sure. Luis Rudasingo amesema good morning RD family. Danson anauliza Mbuvi, who impregnated the trainees while in training then go push them out? Danson is a good question, but 18 is quite a number, eh? It's not like there was one random chick who was just like, makosa imefanyika. Then, 18 bana. That fire was fiery. But also, now what happens? Will they be allowed to, after delivery, will they be allowed to go back?
Now that, my friend, is what we should have been discussing.
Yeah.
They were told to leave. They were pregnant.
Yeah.
Will they be allowed to come back?
Yeah. Will they be allowed to come back and continue their training, then eventually become police officers? Or, imeisha sasa, we move on and we waende wakakue kitu ingine?
That shouldn't be the case. You can't terminate a career that somebody had qualified to pursue on the basis of a pregnancy.
But City, I have never been pregnant and I never will. But one thing I know for sure is that pregnancy changes someone.
It does.
It changes your body.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
What someone who's never been, a woman who's never been pregnant can do, and what a woman who's delivered a child can do, kind of different.
We've had women athletes who have taken a break, gone and had children, and come back and broken records.
You're very right.
So, this is police training, not training to break a world record.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ndio ninasema ndio maana nimeweka ile disclaimer pale ya mimi sijai za, but nimeona mtu akijifungua, na ndio maana nasema pregnancy really changes your body.
It does.
Yeah.
It changes very many things about you, but that does not qualify to exclude you from something or pursuing a career you are qualified for. Indeed, if they were pregnant, let them go through the process of bearing the child, then let them come back and train. Yes.
Bruce Lee anasema, good morning guys, please note that Arsenal are champions of the EPL. It is well noted, my friend. Maggie Diaries, Baba's wish came true. I am happy Arsenal won. My take anasema, apparently in Ethiopia people are lining up at queues for up to 5 days for fuel, and the citizens are very calm and understanding of the situation, well aware of what's going on beyond the borders. Yeah, we are not Ethiopia. But in Kenya, where people chest stamp to be most informed people are not aware of what's going on out there. Again, we are not Ethiopia. Victor Lesasuyan amesema, good morning Kenyans. Well, Victor, good morning to you too. We are taking a short break. Siti anacheka na mimi niweze enda kunywa maji kidogo, alafu turudi tuendelee na mazungumzo yetu ya siku ya leo.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nairobi Central Police Boss Officer Commanding Station Dishan Angoya has been released unconditionally, according to his lawyer Eric Muriuki. In a statement shared online on Tuesday, Muriuki said that while Angoya is free, investigations into the matter will continue. Angoya's arrest drew public attention after he was accused of unlawfully releasing dozens of suspects held for public order offenses. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja is asking banks to give matatu operators a break on loan repayments. This comes after nationwide transport strike, which had disrupted travel and business, was paused for 1 week following talks with government and transport officials. Governor Sakaja says the strike caused hardship for thousands of Kenyans, affecting transport, trade, schools, and access to healthcare.
I want to appeal, and I know through the Waziris we shall reach out officially to financial institutions. We are in extraordinary times. The crisis we are in is global. Let us not take it out on our people. Hii mambo ya kuchotwa, vitu yao kuwa auction saizi, we can talk to them on some level of amnesty for some time. Because people are really struggling. And so it's good for you to know the government actually, we realize, that increase is extremely high. There are certain limitations of what we can do, but in the next few days you will see.
The National Land Commission is asking for 7.05 billion Kenya shillings to run its work in the 2026-2027 financial year. Speaking before the Parliamentary Committee on Lands on Tuesday, NLC Chief Executive Officer Kabale Tache said the commission is struggling with limited funding as the number of land disputes and compensation cases continue to rise. She warned that the shortage of funds in slowing down land justice processes and delaying compensation for affected Kenyans.
The Commission has continuously been underfunded since inception. This has greatly affected implementations of its mandate. Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair and members. At this juncture, let me turn to specific issues outlined in your invitation letter. On page 1, you can see the issues are outlined, but I would just want to go straight to page 3. Item number 1 of the issues outlined in the invitation letter. One is identifications of any significant deviations between the MDS budget estimates and the approved 2026 budget policy statement ceilings.
The head of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, says he's deeply concerned about the rapid spread of Ebola. There are over 500 suspected cases and 130 deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo, with infection now reported in Uganda's capital, Kampala.
I'm deeply concerned about the scale and the speed of the epidemic. We will convene the emergency committee today to advise us on temporary recommendations. So far, 30 cases have been confirmed in the DRC from the northern province of Ituri. Beyond the confirmed cases, there are more than 500 suspected cases and 130 suspected deaths.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Well, I am certain that you're doing quite well. Na kama mambo yameenda segmnege, you can let us know at Radio Gen KE. That is our social media space. Right now in this particular hour, I want to focus on the finance bill of 2026 and what is in it for you as a Kenyan. And with us in studio is Associate Tax and Exchange Control Department, Cliff Decker Hoffmeyer, that is Dennis Maina. Again, he's an associate at Cliff Decker Hoffmeyer, ile department ya Tax and Exchange Control. Dennis, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you as well.
You're well?
I'm good, how are you?
Mimi niko salama sana.
Awesome.
Kahoma tu kidogo lakini kanapona, so niko fiti. Nikisha kunywa ginger baadaye na nichape na shot ya nini? Ya lemon. Anda kwa sasa. Ulikuwa nadhani shot ya?
Ya uji.
Short ya uji ni Friday jioni after show. But karibu sana, welcome to Radio Generation. We were just talking earlier on about some of these things that we have witnessed, but specifically on the fuel prices, which I am sure you've also seen yourself. From a personal perspective, what do you think of the current fuel prices in Kenya and what Kenyans are saying about fuel prices in other countries? We're being told that in our neighboring countries of, say, Uganda, Ethiopia, fuel is actually cheaper than here in Kenya. What are your thoughts?
Of course, I think the fuel is very expensive right now, and considering the current cost of living, I would expect that the government would try and caution the common mwananchi. So I was looking at the breakdown today in the Daily Nation and seeing that we have about 8 levies and taxes on petroleum products.
Yes.
So I'm thinking something can be done about that. There are few, like the VAT, which was amended from 16,
yes,
and then to 13 to 8% right now.
Yes.
So I think something else can be done towards that. I saw Didi Nyoro's submission. He was saying that this should be exempt. In my opinion, this should be zero rated.
Yes.
For the obvious reason where if you zero rate something, then the supplier gets to claim input tax. So, but when you exempt, they don't get to claim input tax. So this cost must still be passed down to the consumer.
Okay.
And then you have the road maintenance levy.
Yes.
This is one that I have the biggest issue with, because it's at 25 shillings per litre. And if you look at the current state of our roads, it doesn't reflect the
that
cost
25.
Yes. So I think the parliament should consider something around these taxes. Yeah.
And actually, sometime CT here said that we don't know how much money we collect as far as these levies and taxes are concerned. We only know of the breakdown, like you've said, there's the 25 shillings, the 75 cents, there's some 3.5 shillings somewhere. But we never really told that, for example, in the month of January, we collected 2 billion as far as the road maintenance levy is concerned. I recently discovered that we have railway development levy.
Yeah, RDL.
I don't know which railways are we constructing?
Exactly.
Where? apart from the SGR, which again ninajua ni deni tulikopa China tukajenga SGR. Ninashanga railway gani tuna even the magari za railways, the locomotives and the carriages, we don't even buy new ones.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I was wondering why we anyway. So there's a lot the government can do, as you've said. Yeah. Let's hope they do it.
Yeah, hopefully.
But you saw yesterday they called off the strike.
Yeah, they called off the strike.
The allegations of bribery,
but
the allegations of perhaps brown envelopes zilitembe.
Well, that's the allegation. So you never know. But
because nothing really happened, they just decided to call off this thing.
Yeah.
And then they're telling us that they'll continue with negotiations. So I wonder which negotiations they're having.
We wait to see whether there'll be anything out of it.
Yeah, this thing is in black and white. To 12 VAT, to 12 road maintenance, ERDL hata ifai kwa to begin with. Ni nini tunaongea?
Excess duty ipungue.
Hizo vitu zipungue. Acha tuongelee kinye kilituleta hapa. Finance Bill 2026.
Yes.
A lot of conversations have taken place, but there's this hashtag that has been trending sometime last week, and I think partly on Monday, it was reject the finance bill.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. Is this finance bill bad?
My honest opinion, it's a balanced finance bill.
Okay.
But disappointing in some sense.
All right.
So, looking at the proposals in the finance bill, there are no major provisions or proposals that will change. For example, there are no new introduction of taxes. It's mainly administrative in nature and tying up issues of compliance.
Okay.
Why is it disappointing is early in the year, somebody had said that some reliefs would be brought about in the finance bill to caution the common mwananchi from the cost of living.
Yes.
And they had said that they would introduce a relief of the personal relief would be increased to 3,000 so that anyone earning 30,000 and below, then they don't have to pay taxes.
Okay.
So initially we expected this to come through the income tax amendment bill, but due to the closeness of the finance bill, we thought it would come.
Yes.
So last week, CS said this is still a proposal that they're thinking about. They've even talked to the president.
Okay.
So we wait to see whether this will be something that will be brought about. But in my honest opinion, I thought this would be in the bill so that it would give Kenyans an opportunity to discuss it, to give their proposals. And I think yesterday I was reading KBS, that is the Kenya Bankers Association proposal, around the same.
Yes.
And they were making the proposal that the pay band, as it is, to be reduced by 5% for each band.
Okay.
And this would translate into almost 28.1 billion. So it looks like it would be like a saving.
Yes.
And this would be money into the pockets of Kenya.
Oh.
So how the CS is looking at it, this is money therefore going.
Yes.
Actually, the CS puts the number at that 5 million. But how the KBA looks at it is every 1 shilling that you give a Kenyan,
yes, it's going to be returned into the economy in one way or another.
Exactly. So they're saying for every 1 billion that is injected into the economy, 3,000, I think 1,600 jobs are created, and also it enables Kenyans to get credit facilities. So for every 1 shilling, you get 3 shillings as credit. So this money injected into the economy will result into
will give birth to more money.
Exactly.
One thing I also noticed in that finance bill that was also highlighted by some dailies last week is there's an increase taxes on bottled water. And one of the arguments as far as what bottled water is concerned is that a lot of Kenyans cannot access clean drinking water. And perhaps an increase in the bottled water, you're making Kenyans struggle more to get clean water that you as government are not providing. I don't know what you think about that argument.
I think where the government comes in is, or the argument is, bottled water is a luxury. Because you see, someone at Turkana or in the slums, so common mwananchi doesn't buy bottled water for drinking.
Yes.
Normally they go either
to the river.
Exactly.
Yes.
Maji ya kanjo pale. So I think that's
Turkana kuna maji ya kanjo?
Well, wanaendea kwa river or they rely on the rain.
Iko.
The question I would ask is there any county in Kenya that doesn't have a water board? Okay. If they have a water board, it means they manage water resources in that county.
I've never been
whether the citizens actually enjoy the services or not accrue from that. That's a completely different discussion.
Yeah. I've never been to Turkana, so I honestly don't know. But
I have been.
Yeah. So do they have clean, like ukifungua maji hivi kwa mfereji utaikunywa?
Yes.
Mandera County?
I've not been to Mandera.
Okay.
But the water table in Mandera, iko hapo tu karibu. So the issue is if there's a water board.
Mbona hiyo kitu inakuanga dry sana huko?
Most people don't even know that Mandera has a big river and it's not seasonal either. Most people don't even know that it rains in Mandera. Okay, so it is an absence of understanding how these counties are like. But the water boards exist, and they exist to manage that resource. Okay, whether they've gone to the point of ensuring that that resource is now available to people through pipes.
Yes.
Isn't that a completely different story?
Because I remember we had a conversation here with the deputy governor of Mandera. We also had on the same day the deputy governor of Wajir County. It was just a few weeks ago during this drought that has hit the country. And Mandera nakumbuka wakituambia yes, mpaka hata kuna mali kuna forest ingine iko very lush, iko green nini. But we have drought in those particular areas. And then also when you look at Wajir County, similar situation. And on the same day or maybe a day or two later, we had a conversation with Red Cross. They're saying that even the boreholes that are there are not enough.
Yeah.
So back to the issue of bottled water, I'm thinking that perhaps there's a lot of bottled water that is taken to those particular counties. I don't know. And as much as we are saying here in Nairobi it's a luxury, fine, when you go to a supermarket here in Nairobi, you'll get all these very many brands of bottled water. But there's some places that bottled water is transported because there's no availability completely ya maji safi ya kukunywa. Yeah.
So I think Parliament should consider dropping the proposal, because I think if they're looking to raise revenue from excess duty from that, then they can get this revenue from another source without necessarily burdening Kenyans with taxing bottled water.
Because I would understand when we raise taxes on vitu kama soda, I would understand raising taxes on alcohol, cigarettes. Those are actually luxury items. For sure, you need luxury.
That's true.
But even in my own Ushago, where I come from, because I come from Kitui, I've got, like, over the weekend we had a funeral. We didn't have clean drinking water. We had to use bottled water. So if you raise that one, you can imagine zile funerals zitafanyika going forward after that is implemented, how much money they'll have to spend on water. The weddings, because those are things that happen every other weekend.
That's true.
That for me, I don't know, maybe something needs to be done.
Sure.
Something else, mobile phones. They also want to increase some taxes on mobile devices. What are your thoughts on it?
So for the mobile devices, what they've done is they've removed VAT from one side, but they've increased excess duty on the other hand.
Okay.
So VAT currently is at 16%, so now they've done away with that. But for excess duty, they've increased it from 10% to 25%. So if you look at the numbers, I think there's a CSO saying there'll be a reduction in the mobile phones. It's not an increase as people are perceiving it.
Yes.
But if you look at the numbers, the difference is very minimal. Because if you look at, if you have to do the computation, let's say you're dealing with a mobile phone of 10,000.
Yes.
Currently, as it is, you're paying 2,500 in customs. That's 25%.
Yes.
And then 10% on that 12,500, that gives you another 1,250.
Yes.
Plus VAT of 220. So the total amount that you pay in taxes for that is 5,950. For a phone of 10,000 CIF. That is the cost in freight.
So the final cost is about 15,000.
15,950. As the proposal is right now, then the cost goes down to 15,620.
Okay.
So there's only a difference of 300. So it might look like it's an increase, but if you look at the numbers, it's actually
they balance out somehow.
They've balanced out,
But that's a clever way of just increasing the amount.
It
is. Ni kama tukisema sitaongeza hiyo tax yenu ya VAT by 300, nita-reduce hapa by 700, huko ni raise by 1,000.
Exactly.
So
the same thing they've done with the fuel. So if you look at how they've played with the fuel, reducing diesel by 10%, by 10 shillings, and increasing kerosene
by
you see the numbers are actually even more right now.
But why do governments do that? Because it's not a Kenyan thing only.
It
happens all over the world. Or they just look at the goods that move more than fast-moving goods, if I may call them.
Yes,
that's why they increase taxes, because they can raise more money there. Yeah.
Exactly. That's normally one of the first considerations. And I was looking at the numbers for March 2026.
Yes.
And so there was a lot of revenue that was being collected from the customs department. So probably that's why they are trying to reduce from the VAT side, but increase it from the excise side, because they're able to collect more.
Right.
Yeah.
Yesterday we were talking about VAT, which is value added tax. Yes. And one of the conversations that came up was on the fuel VAT specifically. Fuel ikifika pale Mombasa tunaichukuanga tu hivyo 100%. We don't add salt, we don't add sugar. There's no value we add to it. We just put it in trucks, take it all the way to my county, for example, of Kitui, and then it is put in the pumps, and then people come and fuel. So the question here was, and we just want to understand from a commercial or economic perspective, why charge VAT on something that you do not add value on?
Yeah, I've seen that argument actually, and I think I agree that initially when we introduced VAT, that was the logic behind it, that for any product or any service that you add value to it, then you need to pay a premium on it now, which is the value added tax.
Yes.
And there was a proposal, I think, some time back to replace the VAT regime with now what in some countries they call the sales tax. Because now the sales tax doesn't care whether you've added value to this product or the service. As long as you're making a sale on the product or supply, then you pay the tax. So we have this, I think, in South Sudan. So they have similar, but so theirs it's on certain goods and services. And the issue of the value added tax goes away. But I like the argument where there's no value being added to this petroleum, this product. So why charge?
And many others actually, even these mobile phones that we buy.
Yeah, there's so many products.
This thing left China when it was like this. It literally just landed in my pocket.
You only inserted your pin. SIM card.
I bought it from a Kenyan vendor, and that's it. So the reason why it's charged VAT, but that one for sales tax, it makes sense. Let's call a spade a spade. I agree with. We changed that. Even when we're making certain arguments, for example, here VAT tunasema ya mafuta ireduciwe, because if we argue logically, it doesn't make sense. But if we argue if we give it a different name, then we justify why we need to charge it.
That's wrong.
You said that the nini is balanced. What did you mean by balanced?
Budget.
Yeah, the budget is
the
balanced. Finance bill,
yes. Okay. So by saying it was balanced, is I'm looking at the winners and losers. So there are few winners.
Okay, such as?
So we have the tax amnesty. So this has been reintroduced. In last it wasn't there, but it was there in 23 and 24.
Okay.
So basically this means that if you have any unpaid tax for the period all the way to that 1st December 2025, KRA are willing to waive the penalty and interest if you pay that tax by December of this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one of the wins. We also have the issue of exemptions for any transfer into REITs. So REITs, these are real estate investment trusts. So if you happen to transfer any property into a REIT right now, you don't get to pay CGT at 15%.
Wait, come again. REITs are what again?
Real estate investment trust. Yeah, so I think an example would be the name of this product. There's this hostels which are normally common.
The Kwetu hostels.
Yeah, I think they have a right or something. So you get to own a property and then you're transferring, for example, from city to Mbovi.
Yes.
Right now you'd pay stamp duty at 4% if it's in a municipality, and then CGT at 15%.
Okay.
So right now they're doing away with that. So that's one of the gains. And you also have the issue of trust income.
Okay.
So although this is not for the ordinary common mwananchi, because normally I don't think even you've created a trust for your beneficiaries, right?
Maybe if you explain what a trust is, I might be having it maybe naita kitu tofauti.
Okay.
But for the sake of the listener also, what is a trust?
So a trust is a vehicle that it's non-operational, but you use it to hold, for example, your assets. So instead, if you don't want to go the way of creating a will, what some families do is create a trust which holds properties that you own, and then that way it's easy to just add beneficiaries into the trust, so that once you pass on, you don't have to deal with this property needs to go to this. the trust caters for that.
So I can create a trust and then I call it the Mungala Movie Trust, for example.
Yes.
Then shamba zangu zote are in the name of that trust. So that means it is a trust that has bought them. My vehicles, private jets, all of them are in that name.
Can be.
So in my absence, because I had already added the beneficiaries in that, there's no question. Everyone just gets, and they usually what, a percentage of everything?
No, they just own equally.
Oh, equal.
Yeah. So they get
equal.
Yes.
So if they were 10, that's 10% for everyone.
Yeah.
If they were 2, that is 50%.
Yeah. But you can decide if you want to create something different. So this will be through the trust deed. So the trust deed is the constitution of the trust. So there you get to determine who is the beneficiary, will be the trustee managing this trust for you.
Yes.
Things like that.
Okay.
So as it is, as it is right now,
yes,
any income that is earned by the trust is either taxed on the trustee or the beneficiary. So what the finance bill is proposing to do is that this tax will be taxed at the trustee level or the executor level, so that your beneficiaries don't get to pay any tax from any income that is coming in.
So the trustee here, let's say CT is a trustee.
Yeah.
First of all, how many trustees can be there?
We normally recommend 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So CT, producer Edna over there, and then Openje is the other trustee, our digital guy. So those 3 folks are the ones who will be taxed, not the trust itself.
Yes. Yes.
So they will be taxed on what? Their salaries or?
No, the income that is. So assuming you've created a trust that owns shares, for example, in Safaricom. So any dividends coming into the trust from Safaricom will be taxed at that level.
Okay.
So they'll withhold their 5%, and then any distribution from the trustee to the beneficiaries will not be taxed anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's another winner. In terms of losers, another winner is the Mitumba tax. I know people are talking about this from a negative perspective, but I like looking at numbers. So if you look at the numbers, what they had proposed, so initially we had 2 bills. We had the white copy and the green copy. So the green copy is what was submitted to Parliament, and that is what was gazetted.
Okay.
So in the white copy, we had what we were calling the Mitumba tax. So they were Parliament was proposing to deem 5% of the customs value of any Mitumba to be the profit.
Yes.
And then they would charge 30% on that. So that was removed in the green copy, and I saw the CS saying he's not aware who removed that, but they will reintroduce it. But if you look at the numbers, I think I see why they removed it. Because the 30% of the 5 is an effective rate of 1.5% on the value of the goods you bring.
Yes.
So if you bring Mitumba of 1 million, you're only paying 15,000 tax on it.
Okay.
And that's a final tax. Currently, as it is, if I'm a Mitumba trader and I'm tax compliant, I would either pay 3% turnover tax on the sales or 30% profit on those Mitumba. So let's take the turnover tax, for example. I'm bringing the Mitumba for 1 million.
Yes.
I put my profit margin, let's say, of 20%. So meaning I'll make sales of 1.2. So 3% of 1.2 is 36,000. So right now I'm paying 36,000.
Yes.
And what the finance bill was proposing to do is ask me to pay 15,000.
Yes.
So you see, it's
so it's a reduction, because instead of paying you say 16%,
3%
instead of paying 36,000, now you paying 15,000.
I would be paying 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's a proposal that.
But, okay, you for the vendor wako sawa. Na kwa mimi mwenye nanunua, ama itani affect sana?
It won't affect you, because anyway, if I'm tax compliant and this is for tax compliant traders, because I know most of them are in the gray area.
Yes.
So they normally translate this cost to you. They pass on the cost to you.
Okay.
So if right now I'm paying 36,000 for 1 million, I would pass that little cost to you.
For sure.
But if it's 15,000, then the cost will be minimal. So people think it might go up, but I think it will go down.
All right.
Yeah.
Umetuelimisha.
Yeah.
What else can you pick out from?
Something else that I've seen.
And especially the contentious ones that brought issues in 2024.
Oh yeah, there's one that they are trying to reintroduce again, which they tried in 24.
Okay.
And 25. And this is in relation to agency notices.
What is that?
So normally right now, if KRA assesses you and they ask you to pay the tax,
yes,
ordinarily you'd appeal the assessment, go through the appeal process, the objection stage, which is object to the commissioner, and then appeal to the TAT should it get to that level. But right now they want to remove the the provision that protects us as taxpayers from them issuing an agency notice. So the agency notice would be issued, for example, to your bank. So KRA would write to your bank telling them that Mbuvi owes us 1 million, and we know that he banks with you. So if you have any money that relates to Mbuvi, then
to pay
it to us.
And they do not have to ask me for permission or anything.
They don't need to, so they'll only notify you. And most times how I've seen the notification come is you actually get to know from the agent that we've received this agency notice from KRA and they're asking us to pay this amount.
So wait,
despite you having protection for, they are going through the appeal process, which is now would be going against the constitution. Yeah.
So they can call my bank, say Generation Bank, ask Generation Bank to pay your deni niko nayo, and the bank, the only thing the bank will do is notify me, but they have an obligation to pay that money.
So normally they have an obligation to pay if they have your money. If they don't hold any money for you, then they'll just notify KRA that we don't have any money for this guy.
Yeah.
So
let's assume they have, because by the time KRA is writing to them, wanajua for sure Mbuvi akona 10 million kwa account na akona 1 million yetu, sisi tunataka tu 1 yetu abaki na 9 yake. So by the time they are telling me that means that they know that money is there. Will the bank pay? The bank will ask me now to authorize that payment.
No, they're authorized to pay without requesting for your permission. And that's why they are going to the agent, because in most times they've tried to come to you, you've not paid, so now they're bypassing. But this is likely to be abused, because you see right now if KRA assesses you, you have 30 days to object. Then the commissioner deals with the objection for 60 days. Then if the objection decision does not favor you, you can still appeal to the TAT, which you also have another 30 days and then 14 days to file your appeal documents.
Jusa kama hiyo pesa nilikuwa naekea brother yangu hapo ndani juu maybe for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's true.
Then kidogo niamke hivi nipate ile pesa ya brother yangu alikuwa amenipatia KRA
amechukua everything. Yeah, so that's one of the contentious issues. And this is the third time they're trying to reintroduce that.
Yeah.
Let me say something about the value added tax. You see, let's start with how we define value. Any process that involves, we're talking about importation. The import tax, people say it's justifiable, it's a tool that is used worldwide. But when I transport your goods from one place to the other, when I warehouse it for you, when I clear it for you, am I not adding value?
No, you're not.
I think I would pose the question to you, what value are you adding to the product?
The product, if it isn't moved from where it is, and if the processes that make it possible for you to be able to buy it is not followed, how will you buy it?
Well, that's an argument, but I think looking at it strictly, how we understand value addition is making the product better. So what you've only done is make it available to me. You've not increased the value, you've not changed it significantly.
So the process of availability, it has no value.
Well, there's an argument. You can make an argument for that, I think.
If there's maize in the field, is it ugali?
No, it is not.
No, that's different.
But no. Actually, I'm supporting your argument, but I want to add it to mine.
Okay.
That maize has to be dried.
That's true.
Yes.
Then it has to be ground.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Now, for it to benefit beyond the person who actually planted that maize, somebody has to move it. When they move it, they will put a value to it. It will not cost what it cost him, because if it's yours, the cost that you are incurring or consuming is the one of planting and harvesting and drying and getting it grounded. But if you take it to the market, you've taken it to the market.
You've just increased the cost.
That's the point I'm trying to make. You've added value.
But not the value.
No, the availability factor is value. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, but I disagree, because let's even take that same ugali. Ilikuwa mahindi imekaushwa, so tumeongeza value. Then tumeisiaga imekuwa sasa unga ya ugali, tumeiongeza value, tukaiweka kwa packaging, tumeongeza hata value nyingine zaidi. Maybe hata before tuweke kwa packaging tumeifortify na vitamins and God knows what else. So it is not just mahindi now, but it is fortified ugali maize. It can be consumed at that point. It's just that I will not come to your house or your farm to consume it there, or the maize miller to consume it there. It has got to be taken to the retailer, which is now the supermarket.
Why then do those who transport it charge you for transporting it? Why is it then that those who put it on their shelves also charge you for putting it on the shelf?
Because
value addition must be given a broader perspective. It cannot just be because I moved it from being a grain, one grain of maize, and then I pounded it and grounded it and it became flour. That's the only aspect of value addition. No. The value addition chain moves everything that starts from where it begins to the point where it is consumed. There is value being added. Otherwise, there'd be no cost added to it.
The only reason, because, and that's why I was insisting, the name needs to change from value addition, because value means the valuation of that product has been increased at the point of manufacture. Because if oil comes to the port of Mombasa, it is already diesel, it is already super petrol. Ni hivyo, zaidi hapo hakuna kitu utafanya hiyo mafuta. Utafanya tu kuletea consumer. So you will charge consumer the cost of bringing the product.
You import a second-hand vehicle from whichever source.
Japan.
You transport it. There's what it costs at the place it was taken. There's value addition. Call it whatever you wish to call it, to the point where it lands at the port. From the port it is moved to a yard. From that yard there is registration that is afforded to that particular vehicle. All these things count to the tally of what you are going to pay when you buy that car. So the value has been added. You may not like it, but the value for you to be able to buy it in a way that you can actually utilize it as in drive it, there is a process that has added. That is value. You may not like to call it value, but it is value. That vehicle sitting in someone's yard where the visibility is easier, that is value. It's not in a container, it's in the yard. You will be charged for that.
It is just the cost. Have you ever not gone to a shop where unapata huyu anauza hii simu 10,000, and the next shop, same phone, same model, everything same year of manufacture, they are selling it for maybe 11,000, and they tell you mimi yangu mali ninunua na mali huyu yake amenunua ni place tofauti. It cost me more to get this phone here. You decide as the buyer, you will go for the cheaper one, which is 10,000, because this one for 11,000 huyu mali alipitia straight over rumuzi yake, hiyo si shida yako. So the phone is the same. The value hasn't really changed, because if this one was better than this one because it is 12,000 compared to 10, then you would say that this is more valuable than this one. But the cost has increased. I am arguing that cost and value are different things. Huyu anauza yake 12,000 because ya shida zake. Huyu anauza yake 10,000.
The cost follows a very direct relation to the value of whatever it is that you're buying. And the value is determined by you. If you demand something and there are many of you demanding it, the argument is that you have seen value in it. That's why so many of you want it. Again, the ugali example. The number of people who eat ugali, including openje in Kenya, are very many. And the reason why the numbers keep increasing is because, including openje, they have seen the value of ugali. That's why they eat it. Okay?
Yeah.
We plant potatoes, we plant bananas, we plant cassava, we plant millet. But when people speak ugali, they're talking maize, grounded, converted into flour, and put into some hot water. And at the end of it, if it isn't porridge, it is ugali. We consume it because we believe there's some value. So value addition doesn't have to be packaging. It doesn't have to be something that you put to protect the phone. That it is not where it was first manufactured, and it is with you 10,000 kilometers away, 20,000 kilometers away. The process that has brought it to you is a value addition. That really is my argument. And as they say, for those who do these things, I rest my case.
Okay, so just rejoinder to that.
Yes.
For farm products, they're normally exempt from VAT, and until the point now where you add value.
Yeah.
So like he was giving the example of the maize.
Yeah.
if a broker buys it from the shamba and takes it to the soko,
hapa hakuna VAT.
Hakuna VAT. It's exempt. And I think that's the argument that they were saying. They're not seeing any value that is being added.
Yeah.
But now when you package this maize into ugali, at that point then you can consider adding VAT. Yeah. So I think that's an argument for that you can make, that the definition for value add should be broadened. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of other controversial ones, we have the issue of compliance. So right now, most people are gearing to file their taxes for the period up to June. So this is also for companies as well, especially those that have December year ends.
Okay.
So what they're trying to change in the bill is that for nil filers, and this will probably affect a lot of comrades, by January 30th. You should be 31st.
Yes.
You should have filed your nil.
By January 31st or by December 31st?
January 31st.
Okay.
So for employees, normally your year is from January to December. So for example, filings are 2025. They're being filed from January all the way to June. But for nil filers, by January you should have filed.
Okay.
And the problem I see with that is most people are Kenyans.
Yes.
We rush the last minute, and that's why, if you remember last year, KRA increased the timeline for filing returns by a week because the system crashed because everybody was rushing to
doing it on the last day.
The last day,
yeah,
the last day. So I think what their KRA are trying now to do is wamalizane na nil filers, wabaki now with guys who are filing tax from their own.
By the way,
and the problem is people might forget about the deadline.
Yeah. And
for an individual, if you fail to pay on time, then you have a 2,000 penalty. For a company, it's 10,000 or 5% of the tax that is due. So if it's a nil filer, then it's 10,000. So you might see a lot of comrades with a lot of penalties going forward because of that issue. Another one is for companies, they are trying to take the time from the 6th month to April. So they want the filing to be done on the 4th month. So if you're December year end, this would be in April. And the problem we have with that is that the first installment for the year is due in April. The balance of tax, which we call the final return, is due in April. So if you're doing the return as well in April, and you still have the normal monthly obligations, VAT, withholding, then there'll be a lot of compliance issues around that month. So that might be problematic, especially now that we're seeing even right now the auto-populated return has had some issues over the last week until yesterday.
What do you mean auto-populated?
So right now what is happening is you don't have to go and fill in your income in, for example, the income return.
Yes.
KRA already has this data from the sales that you've been making or declaring in your VAT.
Okay. Yes.
And what people have been declaring as this guy bought this from us. So KRA knows that's an expense that you're going to claim.
Yes.
Or in your income tax return. But now the problem is we have the informal sector. Your matatu person won't give you a receipt. Or if you go to Gikomba to buy products there, they won't give you receipts. So they find that you have so many expenses that don't have ETIM's receipts.
Yes.
So that has been problematic because the auto-populated return was not capturing those invoices. And you see these are genuine business expenses which you need to claim. So the effect was that you're getting that your taxable income was higher than it should be.
Okay.
So because of that, yesterday, so the commissioner said that they'll be providing a CSV where you can include all invoices that are manual invoices that are not, basically means they're not ETIM's invoices. And that's a good step. So, so prior to that, we've been seeing a lot of challenges with filing. And so if they bring in the issue of filing at the same time on the 4th of the month, 4th month, then that might be problematic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get you.
Another one sorry just to cut you short, but another one that I've seen is there have been 2 court decisions, one a Supreme Court decision in the ABSA case, and another one recently in the High Court. And so, for example, the ABSA case, what was happening is KRA were trying to charge withholding on the interchange fees. So interchange fees is fees that banks charge one another, issuing bank to merchant bank when you use the ATM.
Okay.
So remember, your ATM is either MasterCard or Visa or whatnot. So you get to use it, for example, in your bank or to withdraw money. So Visa will charge
the bank
a fee. So KRA have been trying to charge withholding tax on that on the basis that these are management.
Have they succeeded?
So they didn't succeed at the Supreme Court, because what the Supreme Court said was that the interchange fees do not constitute management fees, and therefore you can charge withholding on it. So what now KRA have gone and done is change the definition of management fees to mean also interchange fees. So once they've included the definition of interchange fees into management fees, then it means if Visa, for example, they're non-resident, then they'll be charged withholding at 20% on.
So
20%.
Yes.
But when you say that KRA have gone and changed it,
okay,
have they gone and changed the law? Have they changed the processes? What have they changed?
Sorry, so they're proposing to change the law using the finance bill.
They are proposing to change the law using the finance bill.
Yeah.
So this issue is in this particular finance bill.
This finance bill.
Let's have an uncomfortable discussion about taxes. And when I say uncomfortable, it is this. Is asking the question, all these taxes, call them what you want. What are they for really? Why do we pay taxes?
As a taxpayer, to get services from the government.
Yes. As a government?
So
to finance your operations.
To finance our budgets.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So there's a direct correlation between all these taxes that I'm being asked to pay under service. All right?
Yeah.
So meaning, if I am compliant and I pay taxes, then I have every right to demand services from the government.
That's correct.
And the government has an obligation to provide those services. And what are these services?
You have health services, public infrastructure, that is your roads, things like that.
Education.
Health.
You said health,
I said health, yeah.
Okay. Security.
Yeah, security.
So, if I find that there is a lapse in any of these services that I should be getting, and I have paid my taxes faithfully, then what then is my next step?
So now that's the issue that we've been having as the common mwananchi, because you're paying so many taxes. The government is still trying to drain us, but you're not seeing the services. And that has been the biggest challenge, for example, with SHA. So when I started employment, I think I was paying 1,700 for NHIF. Right now it's 2.5% of my gross, which is significantly higher than the 1,700. Yet when I go to, for example, to a hospital, I only get to utilize SHA if I'm an inpatient. That is, I've been hospitalized there and bedridden. So for any ordinary outpatient services, I don't get to utilize SHA.
But I've also not gotten a chance to use it, though I have it. But I was told ukienda hospitali utatibiwa. Kama uko na homa, kaswende, whatever it is.
Sometimes in some hospitals you see those notices that SHA is only reserved for civil servants. I think I've seen that somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and that has been the biggest problem with this.
I'm going on with my question. We said let's have an honest discussion here. What is it that pushes the government to continue raising taxes?
So for Kenya?
Yes, tuko tu hapa Kenya.
The rising.
We are not going to any other country. We tuko hapa tu.
So what happens is, for example, the finance bill, it normally responds to the budget policy. In the budget policy, this is where this normally gives an indication of where government wants to spend its money. So the problem that we've been having is our budget is increasing every year and this is on recurrent expenditure, things like that, but you're not seeing where the money is going to. And that's why there's even a proposal to have the zero-based budget, so that you're starting from scratch, saying you're not relying on last year's numbers to prepare for your budget for this year. You, as a ministry, you say these are the projects for this year, this is what you want to attain, and then you give the budget, and then that's planned for. Previously, what they normally do, or what I think they do, is they look at last year's number, and then they put like a markup on it, and then so you'll find that the budget is always increasing year on year, but and that gives the rise to why they need to tax us more. But if they were using the zero-based budget, there's been an argument that then you could see the budget fall down or reduce, and then the tax or pressures reduce.
When you look at the budget statement that you've mentioned, and we look at what it is that then eventually, bless you.
Thank you.
Do we include debt in that discussion?
Yeah, debt is a big factor.
Now, if debt is a big factor, then it also means that our borrowing is a big factor, because in the absence of borrowing, there is no debt.
That's true.
Okay?
That's true.
So, with the factor of debt into our discussion, into this entire process that we are speaking of, again, in the spirit of an honest discussion about these matters, the people we borrow from also matter, doesn't it? What say do they have in these processes that we are now talking about? Let me be specific, the Bretton Woods institutions.
So I wouldn't speak with authority, but we've heard that those institutions that you name, sometimes they have a say in terms of what taxes are affected. And the reason for this is, where they come from is they want security that the government will be able to pay its debt obligations. And that's why you had the issue of securitization of the 7 shillings in the road maintenance levy. So they wanted a security that when we give you this money, then you're in a capacity to pay us back. So I think that's an issue that they have more say than the common mananchi. And I think there's a discussion that we need as Kenyans to raise with our parliamentary representatives, because they're the ones who make decisions also in terms of borrowings and things like that.
From the 1990s, whenever we borrowed money from these same institutions, they introduced this word we call conditionalities. I knew there was a word called conditions and conditions in the plural. Conditionalities came with this meaning, we will lend you money. However, the conditionalities was, you must improve your human rights records, you must do blah blah. There's a whole raft of things. I don't think that has changed, because whatever money they've given us thus far with this government, they are obligations that we are supposed to meet. And for some reason, if I follow the trajectory of how these institutions function, they will tax the living daylights out of you. They will insist that you must tax this, you must tax that, you must tax. According to them, that's where the money is to come from. The securitization discussion came about because China started using it more than anybody else. Remember, there was a discussion about us selling the port. We told you can't sell the port, Bwana. The port is a business entity, it makes money, so you can securitize
the income.
Okay, yes, but we had, that term had not sunk and we hadn't understood it. So, present day, there must be some conditionalities that were given by these individuals, and it's reflecting directly on our taxes. And they will benchmark it on something as ridiculous as the US, who are net producers of fuel, or they will benchmark it on something ridiculous like Malawi, okay, and say those people are paying twice what your people are paying for fuel, etc., etc., etc. Now, how do we ensure that this bottleneck, because every time we discuss these things, this must come up, that we are no longer obligated to such people, so that when we make decisions about our taxes and finances, it is something that we have decided and something that makes sense to our people. I'm saying this because as we speak now, there are countries on this continent who have paid off these debts and they've told them we don't want these debts anymore. There are a few countries who have never taken any money from IMF. You are somebody who understands this business. Is it possible for us to pull out of this debt trap? Because it is a trap and it is a vicious cycle that just keeps going round and round and round and round.
I think it is possible. There have been arguments that also part of our budget is the issue of corruption. We budget for corruption. I don't know that you've heard that argument.
Yes, some people call it budgeted corruption.
Yes. And I think that's also part of the issues, because and I think you've seen Okiya Mtata's arguments around the debt issue, and I think I agree with him. We normally take so many, or we take up so much debt from a government side. It's normally to provide public infrastructure, for example, the SGR. And I think yesterday I saw the High Court ruled that the SGR agreement should be made public. I think that's a good step, so that we see what you're calling the conditionalities that were tied to this SGR, and then from there we can start having an honest conversation as Kenyans, because as it is right now, we don't know what were the conditions that were issued for the provision of this public infrastructure.
No, I'm usually shocked when I hear it if you don't know what is in a certain document.
I share that shock with you.
Nasikianga baka nashanganga, what do you mean we don't know? Personally, najua sijui because I probably don't give a damn. But when when I learned that even leadership doesn't know. I'm like, what do you mean this thing is a secret?
Yeah.
It didn't start yesterday.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman who was a PS for health. Was it PS or CS? He had been a former CEO of Nairobi Hospital. And when the MES service began, and there were questions about who signed those agreements to bring the equipment, health equipment, the thinking behind was sound, actually. Very, very sound. But the MES became a mess, just another S to it. And that was the first time I heard a senior government official saying, he didn't sign and he doesn't know how it came about. And he's saying, hiya, this is your docket.
Yes,
And then the issue then went back to the Attorney General. And I kept thinking, wait, you're saying we've been obligated as taxpayers to pay for something that those who are supposed to protect us
I'm not even aware.
Yes, and then you're wondering, hiya, so how did this come about? And then other issues have then come about of a similar nature.
Yeah.
You are paying, and so when you ask, this thing we're paying for, okay, how did we arrive here? SGR being a case in point. Again, the story begins. I asked the question for a simple reason. Whenever issues of tax come in, there is a side that argues that Kenyans are too emotional and they are too anti-government, and yet I think that is not the case, in my opinion. In my opinion, if I'm paying tax, I have every right to ask why I'm paying that tax.
Yeah,
you do.
I have every right to ask, I'm paying this tax, you've obligated me, why am I paying it? And we should get an answer, but we actually don't get an answer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's true.
Because every time I hear, for example, the G2G deal, even Matiang'i was interviewed a couple of weeks ago, na akasema he doesn't know what is in. I'm like, sasa kama Matiang'i ajui, mimi sijui, nani anajua kitu bwana? Yeah. But apparently the document, I was just even checking it right now, apparently it's out there. So I don't know if this is the one, because it says the National Treasury and Economic Planning press release on the importation of petroleum products through a government-to-government arrangement. Is this it?
That's just a statement from the ministry, but that's not the agreement itself.
So it's just a statement?
It's just a
yes,
statement.
A statement.
Yeah.
Then what on earth is that G2G?
An agreement would give you details as to what it is that we've signed up on. Okay, we have this understanding. What's the understanding about? How much oil will you be providing us for? What do we need to do in return? We know two things about it. There's Saudi Aramco. I keep hearing that name. But we are also told that we are given a certain 6 months period within which, or is it 3 months period within which we must pay?
Yes.
Which is relief to us in the sense that previously it is brought, you pay
upon importation.
Hapo kwa hapo. Okay? So this is a good relief now that you think about it.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we don't know.
Aya, sasa ingine umesema yenye High Court ilirule wakasema ni umesema SGR. The SGR.
Yeah, I think
how on earth it's a huge infrastructure. And then this is not private land. It's been built on, and it is also not private infrastructure that it is being built on. How can such kinds of information be kept in the dark? Is there like a secret act that allows that kind of thing? Ama ni venye tu sisi atulizangi enough?
I think the issue mainly has been we don't have a Public Participation Act. As it is right now, we still have the bill. It's yet to be enacted for obvious reasons. Because now this would give...
Which obvious reasons? My lecturer says don't give sweeping statements.
You're lucky at the point. I think what Dennis is talking about.
Yes.
The moment it stops being a bill and becomes an act, it is actionable.
It's actionable.
Yes.
Okay, so that is the obvious reason.
Yes.
Okay.
So as a taxpayer or as a citizen, I get to say that the act provides for this. I have access to this information, which you need to provide within a certain number of days.
Okay.
So here's the notice, provide the information. But as it is, we don't have such a framework.
For example, the current finance bill that we are waiting to year 2026, is there public participation being done on it? Have you seen any that you can point out?
Well, so the stakeholder participation is starting from tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll actually, as CDH, will be making submissions to the parliamentary committee tomorrow, and this will go all the way to mid-June. However, it will also be taken to the county level.
Okay.
So we are getting to that process now.
Okay.
And we are calling on taxpayers and citizens to read the bill and give their opinions on this, because this is when now we get to give feedback on
You know, there's some things that you were saying, for example, as we're having a conversation here, and I'm like, you know, some of these things, common mwananchi might not really understand. You've very well, you know, articulated that issue of bottled water, for example. We've spoken about the mobile phone, for example. And I'm sure there are very many other issues that we would have discussed. You've also even pointed out that relief, for example, on trust and so on and so forth. But how many people, honest to God, would sit down and know it the way you have said it, or at least understand it the way you, as a professional, has understood it?
Yeah, so I think there's a gap there in terms of creation of awareness to the taxpayers, and I think the obligation should lie with the government to make the public aware of the finance bill, its contents, using layman's language, so that the Mama Mboga Kule Mashinani is able to understand what this finance bill is.
Forget Mama Mboga, my grandmother.
And not what is being peddled by politicians on news. So as stakeholders, we normally try and sensitize the public, but in most cases you find it's the corporates who are joining these awareness webinars which we provide.
Yeah, we actually rely on folks like you, Kina CDH, because you're the ones who will be able to break it down into. For my grandmother, for example, understands very little Swahili. She can speak very little Swahili, but she understands Kikamba. But now you see, kuna vitu kiniambia, I'll go back home and I can explain to her in Kikamba. And tell her, by the way, hii kitu iko poa ama ni mbaya. So we actually rely on folks like you to help us understand. This is where we come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. Any parting shot as far as finance bill of 2026 is concerned?
For me, the call is on the government, the parliament, to be accountable on the taxes that they're collecting. This has been the biggest challenge from the taxpayer side. We are being asked to pay taxes. It looks like we are being milked so much, but we are not seeing where this money is going to. So I think the call is on the government to be accountable for the taxes that it's collecting, and then for the taxpayers, the public participation has started. So let's read the bill, let's give our opinions. They have a formal process where you write to the parliamentary committee, so don't stop at tweeting about it or talking about it online. Give your comments through there's an email that they've provided, and these discussions, we can have them at that level.
All right. Producer is telling me that actually there are a lot of people who are having these conversations, apart from CDH. Kuna kina Uraia, if you follow them on X, they are having a conversation, I think today, actually from 2 to 4 p.m. on the same civic awareness on the finance bill of 2026. Kuna watu wanajiita Tisa Kenya. They have an announcement when the finance bill drops, who really carries or rather the conversation is around the finance bill, and they're having that conversation again today, 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. tonight. Alafu kuna CS Mbadi, by the way, is going to be live from Chandari Auditorium, I believe. This one is on an X account called True Pastoralists. Antonella Kakuko, I believe. Kakuko, yes. So ukisearch finance bill 2026, you'll see a lot of people having that conversation. This one by CS Mbadi is going to be live on several platforms, so why don't you check it out?
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Deno.
Thank you for having me.
Karibu tena sana. Na usalimie Kanyi, mwambie tunamkaribisha tena asipotee. Ama ni kuna kitu tulimfanyia?
I think he had another commitment pia.
That was on a light note.
Yes.
So here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya has stepped up Ebola preparedness measures following an outbreak of the disease in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. In a statement issued on Tuesday, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale said the government has activated emergency surveillance and response systems after the World Health Organization declared the outbreak a public health emergency. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has also classified the outbreak as a continental health security emergency. Public health officers in Nairobi are accusing the County Public Service Board of hiring unqualified staff to handle food safety and medical certification services. Led by the Kenya Environmental Health and Public Health Practitioners Union, Secretary General Brown Ashira, the officers are now threatening to go on strike over the matter. They want the immediate removal of officers they claim are not legally qualified to oversee food handling certification, saying the appointments violate the Public Health Act and the Public Health Officers and Technicians Council Act.
It prohibits anyone who is not a registered public health officer or a licensed public health officer to be able to be in charge of a sensitive docket like the food handling docket at City Hall. We do not want to see people on PHOs manning public health programs. We want them to be removed with immediate effect.
Whatever that is happening, whereby the Nairobi City County entered into a contractual agreement whereby private laboratories are testing, they are even issuing food under certificates.
Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo has dismissed claims linking him to the alleged attack on Godfrey Osotsi in Kisumu last month, describing the accusations as street talk. Speaking on Citizen TV on Tuesday, Omolo said anyone with evidence of criminal activity should report the matter through the proper legal channels instead of making public accusations. He also questioned why he will target the Vihiga senator and what benefit he will get from such an action.
I don't think I would want to respond to Osotsi because Osotsi is a leader in this country. He's a senator, he's a legislator, and we are a constitutional country with processes. And if anyone, not just in the name of the PS, is involved in any criminal activity, there's a process that needs to be undertaken. So if there is evidence that you are involved, for example, what I will do is I will go to a police station, I will report, and I will follow the matter. And to this point in time, I am not sure if anything like that has happened.
Siaya Governor James Orengo has defended remarks he allegedly made about Gladys Wanga amid criticism and calls for his impeachment. Speaking to journalists in Siaya on Tuesday, Orengo said his comments should be viewed in a wider context of Kenya's political debates. He urged critics to also consider statements previously made by other political leaders.
I think those comments should remain where they are, and you look back to what other people have said. The only thing that I need to say, there's a time when a very senior politician used to talk about Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga persistently, that he's uncircumcised, he is not a real man, and the reaction of Prime Minister Raila Odinga in public was, huyu mzee anashidagana ina chombo changu.
Israeli airstrike has killed at least 19 people in southern Lebanon. The country's health ministry has said 10 of them, including 3 children and 3 women, were killed in a single attack that hit a house in the town of Deir Kanun. The ministry said Lebanon was drawn into the war on 2nd March when the Iran-backed armed Shia Islamist group Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel in retaliation for US-Israeli strikes that killed Iran's supreme leader. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Pep Guardiola has congratulated Arsenal and Mikel Arteta on clinching the Premier League title. Manchester City were unable to take the title race into the final day of the season after drawing 1-1 away to Bournemouth on Tuesday night. As a result, the Gunners have been crowned Premier League champions for the first time in 22 years and with a game to spare. Guardiola was quick to show his class after his side's draw with Bournemouth, sending a congratulatory message to Arteta. Harambee Stars have been placed in Group D of the Pamoja 2027 AFCON qualifiers alongside South Africa, Guinea and Eritrea. The tournament will be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. Even though Kenya has already qualified automatically as a host nation, Harambee Stars will still play in the qualifiers against the other teams in Group D. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. Salamu zuwafikie Victor Lesesuyan, My Tech 2.0, Maggie Diaries, Luis Rudasingwa, who else? A couple of you have a lot to say by there about that finance bill and the fuel price. And Mukasa Mesha kamesema invite Miguna virtually. Okay, then there is Mili Motimba. Mili Motimbiti. Kiangase. You guys, forgive me if I mispronounce your name, eh? And then there's Mukasa Mesha kwa nimekusema. City Moli Motimbiti amesema logistics is not value addition.
Hiyo ni maoni yake. Logistics is value addition.
Okay.
You may not like it, but it is value addition.
Wangui amesema please comment on land rates, freehold and leasehold. We shall bring someone to talk about that one, eh? And then there's just filming really. Amesema champions in the chat, morning to only Arsenal fans. We? Sawa basi. Arsenal fans leo hata tukubali tukamaze.
Wewe una support team
Liverpool.
Yes.
Mimi ni mtu wa Liverpool.
Walikuwa namba ngapi?
Tuko namba 5 currently.
Hiyo si mbaya. Hamjapita 10.
Tuko na game nyingine moja, tukicheza vizuri tunaweza kwa namba 4. Well, in studio we do have advocacy manager at the Green Belt movement. The conversation around this particular hour is going to be about the proposed amendment of the Forest Conservation and Management Act and why it's null and void. I'm talking about Job Mwangi. Job Mwangi, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you an Arsenal fan, Manchester, Liverpool, Chelsea?
I'm a new fan, so you can imagine how painful it is.
But Manu is number 3, right?
Yes.
Mko tu sawa. Sijali, I mean, you win some, you lose some.
Lakini hatungetaka mshinde. Lakini ni sawa tu.
Ni sawa tu. City atakupatia methali.
Yes.
Utupatie definition yako ya hiyo methali before tuongee mambo ya Green Belt movement. So City, over to you.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Ghana, that was previously known as the Gold Coast. Whenever you talk about artifacts in this time and age, and you talk about the repatriation of these same artifacts, you will find that very many of these artifacts actually came from the region of West Africa, and some of them were ornamented in gold. We had communities in that region that were specialists. There were artisans whose specialization was in crafting things made out of gold. Okay. Ghana was known as a Gold Coast for an obvious reason. Proverbs from Ghana. If you are on the road to nowhere, find another road.
Very interesting. If you are on a road to nowhere, find another road. Actually, it's very clear. Basically, why waste your time doing something that you know will not yield proper results?
True.
Or why follow a path that you know will lead you nowhere?
Exactly.
So it's for you to change your mind. And probably what we're discussing today is in line with that. Or why would we also take a path that is leading us to destruction as a country?
Right.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Greenbelt movement. Wengine tulizaliwa kitambo tunajua Greenbelt, of course, courtesy of the late professor and also Nobel laureate Wangari Maathai. But kuna mtu anasikia Greenbelt anasema hizi belt za green mnauza how much?
That's a very good one. We get that all the time. Yes. So the Greenbelt movement was actually founded in the year 1977.
Yes.
By Professor Wangari Maathai, Nobel laureate, the late, and it was actually formed by a group of women. So the main reason why this organization was formed was because women were actually concerned. It was actually called the National Women Council. They were actually concerned about the kind of changes that are happening to the environment. And their thought was, what can they do to actually improve the environment? So the main intention, they wanted to create green belts of conserved lands in terms of degraded areas. So for them, they wanted to restore lands. The main worries were things like lack of water, lack of firewood, because at that time, you see, fuelwood was everything. They did not have that as advancement.
Right.
But currently now, the Green Belt is actually very big on main three things. Our main three pillars are including, number one, we're very big on restoration of degraded lands, where we've actually planted over 51 million trees since the inception.
51 million
trees.
Wow.
We are actually also very big in terms of livelihoods, because our argument is, even if you tell people to plant 15 billion trees, and you see what I did there, and you're not giving them an alternative to livelihoods, those trees will grow and they'll cut them.
Very
so
true.
For us, we're very big on ensuring that, as Wangari Maathai told us, a poor person will cut the last tree to cook the last meal without caring what will happen tomorrow, because that's what they have. So very big in offering alternatives to people actually relying on trees for survival. The third pillar, which is advocacy, and that's what I head, we are very big in fighting for public forests. So our work is mainly in the water towers, the 5 water towers, where we do a lot of projects. And also we run a number of projects on urban green spaces, where we're also calling for protection and reclaiming of urban green spaces.
5 water towers?
Yes.
So
we have the Aberdares, we have the Mount Kenya, we have Cherangani, we have the Trans Nzoia. Yes. And I can't remember the last one.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are 5.
So these are places where,
Mount Kenya actually.
Mount Kenya, okay. So these are places or areas where water catchment is prime, and that's where majority of our rivers in Kenya come from.
Exactly.
So they're the sources of our water.
They're actually a lifeline. That is where we get all our water.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So now there's this proposed amendment of the Forest Conservation and Management Act. What's up with the act? What is it about? What does it do? What does it intend to do?
Before I talk about the act, allow me actually to take you on a journey, so that as I bring you here, it will be very easy for you to see how we found ourselves here.
Go right ahead.
So, in April 28th, if I'm not wrong, or 27th, the Auditor General actually, in Parliament, gave a report on the performance of Kenya Forest Service. And allow me to just read some of the statistics that she actually highlighted. She said that about 556 hectares of forest land have been illegally taken. 2, she said...
Sorry, how much?
556 hectares.
556,000
hectares. No, 556 hectares.
556 hectares
yes.
of forest land
has been taken. Illegally taken. 2, she said that only 77 out of 265 forest blocks have title deeds. Only 77 out of 265. 3, she spoke about buildings worth about 2.9 billion are recorded, but some assets are missing and are not fully valued properly. So that's part 1.
Okay.
Part 2, since 2023, as a Greenbelt movement, we've actually been in court a number of times against the Kenya Forest Service and the Ministry of Environment. In 2024, we went to court because there was actually a plan to take around 51.64 hectares of Karura forest for the expansion of Kiambu Road.
In which year again?
For the expansion of what?
Kiambu Road. 51.64. That is 2024.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Are you saying that when Kiambu Road was being built, there was no land allocated for the expansion of that road and for infrastructure that normally follows a road that is being built? It's the thing you refer to in Kenya as a road reserve.
We won in that case, and I'll be speaking on that.
Okay.
Yes, because so when we went to court, actually, argument was This actually directive had been given by a board, the Kenya Forest Service Board. They'd actually allowed the road builder to actually take 51.64 hectares of Karura forest.
51.64 is a lot of land.
Yes, it's actually 29 playing fields.
Kwani niulize aje ama mimi ndio sielewi.
29 playing fields.
Kwani Karura forest in my mind inaanzianga pale Muthaiga. Si ndio mali tuna turn off from Thika Road. So tunaingia hapo Kiambu Road, so nina assume hapa ndio Karura imeanzia and then it ends somewhere pale kwa ile flyover. Ama it doesn't extend.
Actually ni hiyo. Sasa, and that's why we are here. The main people who actually gave this permit were actually the KFS board. Okay? Because actually the decision making body under the Kenya Forest Service. Leave that. Park that. We won. We went to court. In 2025 we won. And
what did you go to court for?
Our argument was actually purely that, first of all, it does not make sense. Such amount of land is not allowed. How can you give 29 equivalent 29 playing fields for construction of the road? And actually the judge agreed with us. And the judge actually argued they should only use the road reserve, which is actually coming to 0.0123 hectares, if I'm not wrong. Very small, barely a hectare. And if at all you didn't go to court.
Is that Kiambu Road a major trunk road? Because our laws are very clear. 50 meters by 50. If you're on a highway, then it's 120 meters, 120 meters.
On either side.
Even me, a layman, I know that. Okay? So when we talk about 51 hectares, I have to ask, what are you talking about?
Yes. So you see, those are the kind of things that are making us be very irritated. Let's leave that. In 2023, there was actually a plan to build a 25 kilometers road across the Abadeas range. Actually, it's called Nonyonjero Hithe Road. And we're still in court on that. So these are things, you see. So that's
and that road could only pass through the Abadeas.
City, that's a good question. That's what we were asking them. Must it be built?
Do you know, Tanzanians had a similar problem when some individuals thought it was fit to build a road across the Serengeti. And when such things are proposed, they should be accompanied by some due diligence report that has been done as to what you're going to do to the ecosystem, the actual inhabitants of that land.
It's more or less an assessment of the impact of this road.
Yes, that, and everything about it.
It's called
but I condense it to one question. Must that road pass there?
Yeah, must it? You see, for us, we were very irritated because we actually went to the extent of offering them an alternative. If you really need to build, there's a short alternative that has less impact on the environment. We're still in court to date. And
over the same.
We thought that was done. Just as we were breathing and relaxing, then we learned that actually somebody is building a luxury hostel at Ngong Road Forest. You see, Ngong Road, just here. And there was a huge uproar.
Uko ndani karibu na changes ama away from changes?
Hapa tu karibu na ofisi ya kuingia tu opposite tu. Yes. Hapo karibu na Talanta. And actually, remember, we were all over trying to tell them, because the argument was this person is building because, we're headed to AFCON and they're building luxurious things.
They are targeting AFCON.
Yes. And we said, we fought. Currently, we've headed to court on that matter. Then we thought we were done. Before we knew it, early this year we are told there's actually a plan to actually take 10 acres of Ngong Road Forest to build a road that is connecting Talanta with actually Bomas of Kenya Hotel Conference Center. So now, that's where we are.
I'm even trying to picture where Bomas and Talanta are. So someone wants to do like a direct...
Yes. Actually, the argument is, because we've taken part in the public participation, they're telling us, it's for security reasons, evacuation. It's a demand by FIFA.
Evacuation to where?
Safety.
Sasa utoe watu kwa Talanta uwapeleke kwa safety bombers.
Oh, yes.
Or vice versa.
It makes sense, really. These are things actually really irritating us. So, and things have also happened to Karura. As we speak, there's a plan to build the NYS military camp. There's a plan to actually tarmac. They've already started tarmacking. We went to court. We're still in court. There was also them trying to push away the Friends of Karura, because you see, as per the law, there's something called co-management of public forest, where the Community Forest Association and Kenya Forest Service co-manage. So in Karura situation actually was 50-50. They even manage accounts. I know there's a huge debate about that.
Okay.
So now let me take you to this bill.
Yes.
You see all those situations we've been going to court. So these guys actually realized we're actually losing so much in court.
Okay.
Because the law as is does not favor us. So what do we do? Why don't we change?
Amend the law.
Why don't we make it easier for us to do a thing? So the current Forest Management Act, Section 56, as is initially, actually provides on authorization and private sector involvement in terms of forest. And the current permits that the Kenya Forest Service has been given, they include issuing permits, issuing timber licenses, issuing SUL, or what you call special user licenses, issuing contracts and joint management and concession agreements. If you're critical enough, you'll notice all these things that are being given here are very temporal in nature. Actually, most of them are limited to 3 to 5 years. Nothing is over 5 years. But as we speak, they've actually really been misused, especially the special user licenses. And we've been in court because of such things. So what are they proposing in this new bill? They're proposing to actually insert under section 52(2), they want to insert now that Kenya Forest can also now issue authorization for easements for public roads and public installations. Listen to that. Easements also issue authorization for well leaves for public utilities. City and movie.
Yes.
I can tell you, read this act. Nobody has defined what is a public installation. If you do your research, you realize a hospital is a public installation. A prison, a school, a government hotel, a school. Anything can be a public installation. And also public utilities. What do you define a public utility to be? So, after all the stories I have taken you through, it is now very clear that actually this is a way, because they've realized they're losing the game, it's a very simple way for them actually to gain power through backdoor. And I'll tell you, it's very irritating. We've been invited severally as a Green Belt and as Kenyans to actually do public participation on this matter since before it went to Parliament. There were many issues in this bill that actually have been heard. But this bit, nobody wants to touch it.
Why?
In fact, let me shock you. When we went to the Senate, we did our presentation at the Senate, and we listened to the public and we gave our views. And in that meeting with the senators, we also had the CS Environment and the PS Forest Mogambi. And when we asked them this question, they could not also answer. Why do we need this clause? Because the law aims at actually finding gaps and filling them. So which gap are you trying to fill using this law?
Who came up with this act, this bill, whatever?
The ministry.
So it's the Ministry of Forestry?
Yes, the Ministry of Forestry.
And then when you ask them why this, why that, they couldn't answer.
It is not clear. And the speed that it was passed by in Parliament, especially the Senate, actually, they did the second, third reading and voting within 2 hours.
2 hours.
Because we had started in April. 2 hours. Now it's waiting for the president for the final assent. Are you realizing the kind of nonsense we're dealing with?
Mimi kwanza hiyo barabara ya kutoka Bomas mpaka Talanta ndio imenistua.
It makes sense. We've told them a million times. There are enough roads. We already have a road. There are enough roads.
We already, like there's a road from Bomas to Talanta already.
Why would you want to destroy, actually? Because we are you're planting 15 billion trees. Yet you want to destroy the only remaining trees. We know that we're actually trying to get into having at least 10% of our land being forest cover. We are currently at 8.83.
Okay.
If at all we allow such amendments to pass,
we're being retrogressive.
What is our policy direction? How genuine are we as a country in where we want to go?
If you want to understand this, start by looking at where Ngong Forest started. If you're talking about, this is a past that will explain to you where Karura will end up. See, Met Station.
Yes.
That was Ngong Forest. As you move along, you get to Lenana School. Some 300 plus acres were carved off for that school. They are processes that you can follow to change the nature and the usage of land to something else. But it is a process you must follow. Okay? And you continue. Most of what you find, structures that have been built in Langata, on that Ngong Road, if you look at the area even around the showground, that was Ngong Forest. As you move around and you move to the Langata Women's Prison, that was Ngong Forest. Okay? The buildings, the areas, the estate that are around that area as you move along, that was Ngong Forest. So, again, let's go back to what is it that our laws state about the usage of such land, because that's public land. When you say government land, you are saying it wrong. It's public land. What acreage of that public land is still forest? And what is it that is being done to it? To understand this further, look at what is happening in the Mara. Those who understand the business of shared land rights between animals and human beings will tell you that whenever you put up a structure like a hotel within a certain space, you have to calculate and figure, what are you interfering with? Animals have a way in which they've conducted their lives before we started interfering with it.
For billions of years.
Yes, there are places they went to, there are pathways they followed. In the morning they are here, in the evening they traverse back into a certain region. When you look at this area we refer to the Nairobi National Park, which extends up to Kitengela, some of those pathways that animals actually had known to be the paths that they followed, we interfered either by building this railway, which we didn't need to. We could have taken the railway somewhere else. We've put up go-downs and what have you in Kitengela, and we've obliterated that. Why then do you find that in certain parts of the metropolis of Nairobi, somebody gives you notice and said a hyena has been sighted? We are the ones who have encroached into the territory that belonged to them in the first place. Some areas you find that there's a lion prowling in an estate. What is a lion doing in an estate in Nairobi? It means go home. Yes. The interlopers are yourselves. Now, there are many things that we can look at by beginning to ask, what is the mandatory forest cover that a nation like ours must have? And how have we been reducing it, and have we taken steps to recover it? Because the issue of rainfall, water towers, everything that pertains to our livelihood is measured in adhering to some of these norms, and these norms are created for the purpose of ensuring that we safeguard these things that are germane to our existence. So now, when you hear of plans to willy-nilly destroy a certain part of our heritage, which is almost impossible to recreate, how many years do you think you will need to recreate what we see in Karura? Destroying is very easy. Or the learning can be done within a week or two. So the argument and the discussion has to be honest. Okay? If you feel there's something we need to build, must it be built there?
You said you gave them alternatives and you told them, look, this road you want to build here, you cannot really do it there. You know? Yes. And some of them you don't even need them. Kama barabara at Atlanta bro, hata sioni aje.
But they make sense.
You can actually access Atlanta from 3 directions. You don't need to need that place. So why they need to build a fourth one? It's beyond me.
Yes.
Ask yourself a simple question. And look at other nations that have actually held AFCON. Let's benchmark. What did they do to prepare? You know, we're the first nation doing this. What did they do? I was in South Africa when the World Cup was held there. And I saw what they did with the Oliver Tambo International Airport, the airport in Cape Town. They expanded them. They already had facilities for football, and I saw the upgrading that was done in preparation. All very logical. There was hardly any noise made about it because it was logical. And FIFA help in these things, by the way, just so that you understand.
There's money for that.
Yes, there's money for that. Even AFCON, there is money for these things because FIFA works through regional organizations like AFCON. But the point I'm trying to make is, everything about some of the things we do, because they lack clarity, even if it were a good thing, we are going to oppose it. Because we are saying, okay, it's not clear. Please make it clear. And if there's a reluctance to make it clear, we will infer nefarious intentions. So what is this thing that these people are determined not to be clear about?
I agree with Greenbelt movement that the forests that we have, we shouldn't destroy. Tutafute alternatives, tujenge juu ya mawe hata ikibidi. Ama namna gani?
Ni ukweli. But also you see, the current constitution, the framers of this current constitution, they actually thought about this. They knew this would happen. If you read Article 42, which talks about the right to a clean and healthy environment, there's a line there that states actually that we must protect the current environment for the present generations and future generations. So see, they know. Equally, Article 62 is very clear, and it has actually defined government forest as public land. And it has actually mandated the National Land Commission to actually be the custodian.
Hapo nafikiri tulifanya makosa.
Sasa unaona hapo kwa National Land Commission. Hapo ndio shida zenu za Green Belt movement zimeanza.
But you see, equally, no, if at all we were actually to really follow the spirit of what we are thinking about the NLC, would actually ensure it's actually an independent space.
You know, you see what you've just done, the air quotes. But please proceed.
So, if at all we are trying to actually give also Kenya Forest Service rights to actually give easements, it's a contradiction of law. Purely. And if at all we want to change this, then we need to amend the constitution, because the constitution is the supreme law of the land. Article 63 is very clear. It's NLC who actually have the mandate to give the easements and reliefs. So this bill that actually proposes to give Kenya Forest Service, are we trying to say we are taking power away from National Land Commission?
Yeah.
Are you seeing the contradiction? So even as the president decides to assent this law, he's actually assenting an illegality. And somebody will just run to court and actually argue this out. And we told them during the debate, but they were like, let the courts interpret it.
So wait, so we are waiting for the president to sign it into law.
Yes.
Once he does that, now we go to court.
Yes. Because we cannot challenge a bill.
I know.
Yes. We can only challenge now when it's an act.
So what happens after that? We challenge for how many years?
Well, in fact, that's actually our other worry, because you see, nowadays, majority, as lawyers, we usually run to court under certificate of urgency, and usually we get orders saying now maybe we are arguing against some aspects of law, and we get conservatory orders. But it's not a guarantee. So what if we run and then the court decides, I give you 3 weeks to come and do your submissions?
Yes.
We've seen it in Karura Forest. These guys can actually build overnight. They've done so before.
They can build overnight.
They did 2 kilometers of tarmac road at Karura. So the kind of damage that will happen after this thing is passed into law is what is worrying us. How protected are we? Because if at all we go to court after it has already happened, the argument is the reprieve you are seeking from courts. Well, we know it's illegal, yes. We know it's wrong, yes. But you are too late. That happened actually during the expressway. As Greenbelt went to court through the Daima team concerning the construction near Uhuru Park. There is an overpass there.
Yes.
When we went to court, the court process took too long. We won, yes, on paper, but in real sense, yes. So those are things that are irritating us, because we know, we don't know the kind of things these guys are planning. This is just what you can see. But imagine the kind of public forest you have in this country.
Yeah.
So it is very worrying, and in fact, that's why we want all the citizens to actually understand that this dangerous amendment is happening. It is actually happening. This land we have that was actually given for us and the future generations, some people are actually easily planning on how to ensure they destroy it.
Have you tried reaching out to the president directly?
We have. Actually through our proxies. We really tried.
Mwambie kitu ikifika kwa desk yako ichome iweke kwa dustbin.
Tumejaribu. Lakini ile speed kitu inaenda. Hawezi tuambia ajui.
But consider, if you want again to delve down, if you go one memory lane and look at the Mau forest and the issues around it. One of the things that the Moi government did, it converted a very good portion of that particular forest to tea growing land.
There were tea zones there.
Okay, there were tea zones. They're called the Nyayo tea zones. Yeah. Okay, it was forest land. Okay. Now, when we had problems with the 2008 clashes that we had, the internal conflict that we had, there are people who were displaced. There was land that had supposedly been allocated to people, but it was part of the Mau forest. One of the reasons why it was an issue is because the Mau is a water tower, and a very significant one. We're talking about the Kibaki era here, and there were issues. Now, what was funny, and funny, not funny, funny, peculiar, is when the media followed the individuals who said they had been displaced. They were there in the daytime, but in the evening they left and they went to other dwellings. And it was reported in the media, and they wanted lakini kwani hiki tu. But it's a Kenyan trend. It's a Kenyan trend where disasters occur, because even in the areas of Budalangi it was noticed. The flooding areas of the lowlands. So when floods were afoot, people know. People would move from where they normally live and they'd move down to those regions. And ostensibly, as it was reported, it was because they knew the Red Cross would come, they'd give blankets, they'd give the same thing they'd give to the people who are affected by floods. But again, when dams were built to avert these problems, you would find that the dams were destroyed. So you're wondering, who went and destroyed these dams? What am I saying? The culture that we have as Kenyans can be summarized in one word: a culture where we embrace dishonesty. The things that people say they represent and which represent reality or truth is rarely the case. So when you are told that this is what is planned for, your natural reaction should be doubted, and doubted seriously. Because everything that you are told is going to be done for your benefit, rarely is. We got an SGR, which was supposed to go to Malaba, then Kisumu. It ended up in Dukamoja, here in Naivasha.
Yeah.
Okay? So, again, we were told.
And people felt nothing.
Yes, and then everything about it, what was supposed to cost. And you know what made it easy? We would benchmark with Ethiopia and Tanzania, who had similar projects, and you're wondering, these guys were covering larger areas than ours, and they trained the electric, and it's costing less. So this one of us, what did we do with it? It creates a culture where those in positions of authority lie to us, essentially, and the citizenry grow wary of government promises. So even when there's something that the government is doing which is good and will be true, unfortunately our first reaction will be to doubt it and to criticize it. So now we come to the present day. We have all these issues. We have a growing population. There are heritages that must be passed on to these other generations, and we're dissipating it now. Now you tell me, how responsible is that? It's clear what we've done with forest cover that we have in this country.
Yeah.
The percentage that we had has been dwindling. Now, in the recent years, it has gone up kidogo. But it's a far cry from what we should have. When you have a country where even the forest cover where it was has dwindled, and when you dwindle it further and then you put into practice some agriculture that more or less removes nutrients from the soil, what you're doing is you're creating a desert. So the semi-arid nature of that land is encroaching. It grows as opposed to the forest cover growing. Now, that's where we find ourselves. So which way forward?
Yeah.
Because there are people who need to inherit this country when we leave.
When we expire.
After you're gone,
So, I mean, let me just read some comments here. For example, where I saw something. Oh yeah, Pap D. Sawa. Anasema 80 to 85% of Kenya landmass is arid or semi-arid. DRC Congo has 70% of forest cover with a population of 110 million and roughly close to the land size of India. The population of India is 1.5 billion. Yeah. I don't know. There was a comment I was looking for here, but anyway, to deal now about that. The folks in Parliament and Senate that you dealt with, did you have anyone lobbying for Greenbelt movement? Someone lobbying for Kenya?
I don't mention the names, but I can tell you, if you're very keen, go and see the discussions in Parliament.
The Hansard.
Before the voting, which was the previous day, one of the senators actually spoke and really highlighted on the dangers of this section 56.2. But come the voting day,
that senator voted.
That senator was actually called to second the bill.
Naka second.
So
they were very busy saying this bill is dangerous. So actually, these are the words he used. Members of Parliament, if you read this section 56.2 that talks about the easements and installations, what prevents us as members of Parliament to actually push for such allocations to be done to us? How protected are we? You see? But come the following day,
akaitwa
and alikuwa na second. What changed?
Okay. Are you saying that there was some kind of motivation?
No, for me, I'm not saying anything.
Okay, allow me to say it then.
There was motivation.
No, that's what you are saying. I am saying that this individual was given cause to change his mind. Now, what that cause is, we can only guess. But this is not new. This isn't new. When decisions are made that run contrary to the public good, then we have a right to judge those decisions. Because how do you justify something that depletes a resource that ought to be passed on generationally? How do you justify it? Are you saying that you have pursued all other avenues that could have been pursued and you've come up with this one logic that this is the only way you can do it? Is that the logic that you're preferring? Is that what you're saying? Because when people plan to build a road, there are very many alternatives that one can use.
Yeah.
Nyingi sana. Sana.
Ni kweli?
So are we saying we've exhausted all of them and we've arrived at this one? Right now in the Mara, there's a huge debate that is taking place.
Yeah.
And that huge debate is that I will not mention the entities, but one. They have built a hotel right bang in the middle of the wildebeest migration one.
Yeah. On the path. Now the wildebeest either have to go through the hotel or above it, or now have got to look for an alternative route around it.
So you're asking, who allowed this? For that ecosystem to survive, there needs to be a balance.
True.
Because the hotels, the camps come with human beings. And human beings tend to come with destruction. It's something that we human beings are known for.
Yeah.
Okay? So somebody who definitely creates an imbalance, and it's a luxury hotel, I'm told, top notch. So you are saying this hotel is far more important than the heritage. Yes, exactly. That wildlife is what is bringing people, and that's why that hotel has been built. And then now you're interfering with that same wildlife. Surely, I mean, what sort of thinking is that?
It's counterproductive.
Yes.
And you see, what for me I think is a problem. What you're struggling with here as a country is actually what I'd call a values problem.
Yeah.
We've really elected good leaders, and we've mandated them actually to do the work for us on our behalf. But majority of these leaders, facts are that Chapter 6 does not apply to them.
They made sure.
It does not apply to them.
Or they made sure that first parliament that came in with the new constitution, they targeted that Chapter 6 very nicely.
Wakadil nayo.
So because you see, some of the problems we're fighting, again, it's issues to do with credibility, honesty. It's just a matter of them actually doing their work the right way. Imagine if at all the people we elected really did their work.
Yeah.
Some of the problems we've been having with the finance bill will not be there. What we are discussing will not be there, because they'll have the interests of Mwananchi at heart. They would actually ask themselves, what are we doing today? What is this that we're actually doing? Because such a bill, I can tell you, it's disgusting to everybody.
Yeah.
It tells you this is actually somebody who has sat down, become very selfish, thought of how they can mutilate the inheritance we have, without really caring.
You know, what makes me, I usually wonder, ni nini kama MP ninaweza pewa, ningalikuwa MP ama senator, ninaweza pewa nibadilishe kitu kama hii. Kuna zingine hata tu nikubali niseme mimi ni binadamu, ninaweza sema okay fine, how much, you know, then we have a negotiation, then after the how much we do the thing. Lakini kuna zingine I don't know how much it would take for me. Like this one is something that is very critical, not just for me but even for my own existence, because things are currently changing at a very fast pace.
Can I make it rough for you?
Yes.
This thing was voted in Parliament 100%. Nobody said no. At the Senate, it was 31-0. 0 amendments. So you're telling me that these guys do not know how to read?
We have, in this particular season, the most educated parliament we've ever had in this country. In terms of, if you're looking at per capita, watu ambao ni lawyers, manini,
professor,
madaktari,
PhD holders.
Wako wengi pale bwana. So, shida kubwa ambao wako nao sio ukosefu wa kuelewa kusoma, wanasoma. But again, perhaps a little journey into history would help you understand this. This road didn't start with this parliament, neither the previous one. Ukilegeza tu, the need to have probity and an allegiance to the probity of law. Ukilegeza tu kidogo, you set something in motion, and this is what we've set in motion, because we were not always like this. There were people who understood that public property must
be protected.
They did, and they understood it must not be taken, so that when somebody interfered with it, there was a big hue and cry, and you would even find members of parliament being arrested and even being jailed. But yes,
I remember Professor Wangari Maathai, alikuwa Pastor Njoya.
Timothy. It's called Timothy.
Bishop huyo jamaa ile kutandikwa juu ya vitu hata nisizizi ndogo but juu ya vitu kama hizi wakiwa na Professor Wangari mara mingi sana.
You see, in that era, it's an era that led to a lot of the discussions that brought about the multi-party state that we were seeking. The vigilance that had been there that brought this about ceased when Kibaki became president, because many people who were in those movements joined government, joined the parastatal. So that push ceased, and people started back. I think it's like we had arrived. We hadn't. We We hadn't. Job is right when you say we elect good leaders. By the way, this thing when people think, this time we must choose better leaders. The leaders we choose are good. There's an air that they breathe in Parliament. That air, I don't know what is in that air. Because they change as we watch. When some of them make promises, they actually mean what they say. It's not that they're lying. But then they get into those positions of power and then something overtakes them. It's maybe a spirit, as some people have said. And suddenly, they're not the same people we elected. They don't seem to think the same. Their logic is also convoluted. The vigilance that we must have and the accountability factor that needs to be upheld when we elect people is something we must learn to do. Because if we don't, it doesn't matter who we elect.
Yeah,
true. Believe me, they'll get into power. They'll be worse than even the people we got rid of.
That's true. That is very true. I want to give a case study. There's a forest called Ololua Forest. I don't know if
I've heard of it. Yes.
Any of you know about it.
Iko Kenya?
Yes. Iko hapa tu Pangong. So that forest, as we speak, it actually has like four court cases. And actually, those 4 court cases have been taken. 5 court cases actually. They've been taken by an NGO called Pile. Initially, it was Pile. Now it's called Just Act. And why they're in court is because some Bonyenyes, it's a public forest. Some Bonyenyes actually decided to petition and take acres of land.
Walijigawanyia mali ya umma.
Yes. And I can tell you when these people are deciding to go to court. When you read the names of the people who have actually taken some of these parcels, you should be disgusted. So it's not, at times I hear people telling me that it's very hard to grab public forest. It's not hard. These guys are made it so easy. If at all we just actually become a bit ignorant, and we are less alert, especially as active citizens.
Yes.
Everything is gone. Karua is prime, I can tell you. It's a blue zone. During the 1990s, when Wangari Maathai was fighting for it, the people had already, Bonyenyes had already petitioned.
They had.
As we speak, some of those titles have never been cancelled. So what are we saying? If you are not diligent, if you are not keen, if you become indolent, all these public forests that you speak about will be gone. Talk about Mau. I don't know if you guys know what is happening to Masai Mau. The kind of destruction. Use that Narok Road and see the number of motorbikes you'll see that are carrying charcoal.
Zote zimetoka hapo ndani.
And it's because of policy. The argument was that the government actually banned transportation of charcoal using lorries.
Yeah.
But they did not ban motorbikes and they did not ban
pro boxes. Yeah.
So if you have, for example, 10 motorbikes, that's equivalent to a lorry.
A lorry, yeah. So umetransfer biashara kutoka kwa lori ukipeleka kwa nduthi.
Yes, and since the lifting of the logging ban by the current regime, I can tell you the kind of damage that has happened is massive. But you're not speaking about this. There's no dialogue. The president can stand and tell Kenya Forest Service in 2024 that they need actually to generate their own income in their own way. So if you create such a gap and you tell these people, you guys need to generate your income to survive, they can do anything to survive.
Hawangeuza smoky
gani? Wako na misitu.
Bear in mind, Paul,
yes,
that we had a time in the history of this country where government schools didn't have title deeds, government hospitals didn't have title deeds, police headquarters didn't have title deeds, or police stations, military land didn't have titles. Anything that was government didn't have title deeds.
So I could just walk in and say, this is my property now.
People would excise portions of that land. It was government land. And the law allowed for people to be given land because it was assumed it was land that wasn't being utilized. The reason why the issue of the title deeds came in, because they realized there were people who were stealing government land right before their eyes.
Ati hata police station haikuwa na title deed?
No, ilikuwa haina.
OCS angejenga tu nyumba yake hapo nyuma tu naendelea kuishi.
Nobody will allow him. There are people who would want that land. Okay? We had cases of very prominent individuals, some of them who are still alive, being taken to court on issues of cemetery land. Cemetery. Ardhi ambayo iliwekewa ili watu wazikwe, wao wameenda wameona hii ni mzuri, wamepima wameona hii flats zikijengwa hapa
itakuwa sawa sana,
block 40 namna hii, and you're thinking,
and what happens to the bodies?
So those guys are already dead.
Do they care? Let me give another example.
Yes.
As you speak, I don't know if you guys know what is happening at Nairobi National Park.
Tell us, please.
Just opposite the Bomas of Kenya. We have a number of organizations that have gone to court, Just Act, and is it Uraya or one of these organizations? Because actually there's a plan to build a parking space for Bomas of Kenya in Nairobi National Park that will actually take around 1,300 vehicles. It's everywhere. Maybe I could even send you guys pictures.
Oh, that I understand.
The construction is ongoing.
Yes.
Like you, imeenda.
Yes, sasa wameenda koti. And you see the argument, they are saying they are trying to move away the orphanage. But we know.
That route began with the SGR. When they decided the SGR was going to pass through the Nairobi National Park, it was argued, it was discussed. They said, Bwana, there are other routes you can use. You can follow the Suso. They insisted. As I told you, it begins with a spark. You have a situation where somebody takes a piece of the Nairobi National Park and allocates it to people who want to build factories. Nobody kicks a fuss. Then you have a railway which could follow a certain path. They say, no, Mzuri Pit. That impact assessment they're talking about, it's done, and people say, no, you shouldn't have it here. You should have it here. It is ignored or it's archived. Now we want to build a parking space. How can that parking space is going to come with flats? We'll wait and see.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mama, you don't think it will come with flats?
And actually, if you see it, where it is, it's just though there's a road, the parking is on this side, Bomas on the other side. So we're asking ourselves, will they build flyovers? And we suspect maybe underpasses.
We're in a country where when you ask such questions, you will be told, wacha tumalize kwanza hiyo tutawaambia what we're going to do. And you're thinking, surely there must be a comprehensive plan for all this.
Yeah.
You see, we went wrong somewhere and we seem to be continuing to go wrong. Okay? And we are going to be damned by the generations coming after.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll indict us very badly. And you'll be asked, why did you people not protect this? Why did you not do this? You see, what we're doing here is not unique. There is a park in York called Central Park, which is known, big, wonderful. What many people don't know, that there was a community, the community was called Seneca. It was populated predominantly by people of color, black people who are prosperous, and other smaller minority groups. They were forcibly removed so that that park could be created. Forcibly. Arguably, they could have built a park elsewhere, but they chose this particular community and they removed them. It's in history. It's not me saying it. Anybody can check. What am I saying? I'm saying that one of the things that the people who keep doing this must realize, other people will come in and they will not give a hoot. They will look at it and decide this thing shouldn't have been here in the first place. They will remove it.
Bomoa.
When we had this handshake government of Raila, before the handshake government, when the late Raila Odinga was Minister for Roads, many of our road reserves had gone. These bypasses we now spoke of didn't exist. People who had built on road reserves, by the way, if it's on a highway, as I told you, that road reserves 120 meters. That's a lot of land. You know, all those things were destroyed. Buildings were destroyed. And it wasn't just there. Any place which was a road reserve, even up to the areas of Runda, those things came down. So if that was the one investment you had, you moved from 100 to 0 in one move. I'm simply saying that when you break the law, there are future generations who will want to rectify these things, and you will lose. If you are someone who's bought that property, you will lose. If you think that you've gotten away with it, it will catch up, because laws exist so that the benefit of the greater good is maintained. But the things we are discussing is the benefit of the greater good is being ignored completely so that a few may benefit. And to what end? How do you have a city like Nairobi with all these built areas and you don't even have pockets of public areas where people can actually breathe?
Those green spaces.
Can I tell you something? We are currently in court fighting for the reopening of Central Park. We went to court, we got court orders. We actually went to court because of Uhuru Park and Central Park. So Sakaja decided to open Uhuru Park. But to date, he has not opened Central Park. Actually, today at 9, we are going back to court for the hearing.
You mean in 2 minutes time?
Yes.
Okay.
So as you said, we just have leaders who have just deliberately decided not to listen to the people.
Wait, Central Park is done? What?
It's still closed. Have you accessed it for the last 3 or 4 years? 5 years actually. It has been closed.
Who wants to take Central Park? Because essentially, there's somebody who thinks he's cleverer than all of us, and he has decided that he needs to own Central Park, a public utility, which is there for a reason.
Yes. Because the argument, they've been saying that actually it's a swamped. It's swamped.
So?
And the argument has been, so you just set a budget and
No.
Swamp it.
No. I know where Central Park is. They're telling us the entirety of it is a swamp. It is a lie. It is not. And what's wrong with the swamp?
So for us, actually, we want them to open that park. Kwa sababu tutafunga macho city itaenda.
Job. Swamps are lungs. Swamps are lungs. It is needed for the ecosystem to breathe. Every time we've gone and put up huge structures on swamps, what then happens? You then create other problems which didn't exist at all. You know this nonsensical flooding we see. Why do you think it comes about? Swamps are necessary. They are needed.
Okay.
Yes. Kwani imekuwa waterlogged juzi. See, we had that park open for years. You see? So that are things we actually very irritated.
Someone is asking here, this is Victor, can they take individuals to court rather than the institutions?
All that can be done. All. And you can even be specific. Like if you're an office bearer in a government entity that's supposed to protect the environment, you've done nothing, we can take you to court. Because you're derelict of your mandate.
So that you can be directly liable.
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
As an individual, not just as an office bearer.
As an individual.
We can.
Ndio kifanyange kitu juange unafanya.
Hata rais akiamua to ascend to this thing, we'll go to court. He needs to be on the right side of law. Please protect these public forests. If genuinely he wants to walk the talk, you know, he's very big on planting trees and all these things. This is the best.
15 billion
It's
trees.
actually the best time for him to show us that he's genuine. If he ascends to this bill with this clause, you can be sure. Then all these things are hogwash. It's PR.
Okay. Parting shot.
My call is to all Kenyans. First, we need to be active citizens. You know, Greenbelt can speak, City can speak, Mbovi can speak. But if all of us come together and really call for change and call for conservation of our forests, then probably we'll have bigger impact. Like the hummingbird story, Wangari Maathai, when the forest was burning and all the animals ran away, they were scared. Then a small hummingbird would actually run, pick a drop of water, drop it on that burning fire. And all the animals were like, what is that small bird doing? Even the elephant with its huge trunk, what is that small bird doing? And the hummingbird said clearly that I'm doing the little I can. So Wangari Maathai in this story was telling us, at times we doubt the small things we are doing. Even being here today is a small thing we are doing. But if all Kenyans decided to do their small thing, such amendments will not actually pass.
Okay.
We need to call these people out. June 25th, 2024 showed us that people are very powerful if they come together. So we need to come together and also let the leaders we elected be accountable to the people. We elected them for a purpose. Being led by the president, the senators, the parliamentarians. Let us be genuine to our people. Let us serve with our hearts, not our stomachs. That's what we need to do.
Thank you so much, Job, for coming through and for having this conversation with us. We honestly wish you all the best, but essentially we wish us all the best because this is cray-cray. All right. Coming up next, we are hosting Secretary General of the ODM party, that is Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 suspected drug traffickers have been arrested in a police anti-narcotics operation in Kilifi County, where officers recovered cannabis sativa worth about 4.2 million Kenya shillings in an intelligence-led raid in the Kisumu Ndogo area of Kilifi town. Officers from the anti-narcotics unit arrested 2 suspects, Aisha Mzungu Kalama and Jamal Chilumo Chiraga. Police say they recovered 142 kilograms of cannabis packed in sacks and ready for distribution. Members of the Siaya County Assembly have threatened to impeach Governor James Orengo over remarks he made about Gladys Wanga. Speaking on Tuesday, Majority Chief Whip Buka Bonyo said he will begin collecting signatures to start the impeachment process. Bonyo accused Orengo of making insensitive and sexist comments about Governor Wanga's political career.
Impeach Orengo. Hata kama amebaki na 1 month kwa chair, the constitution allows that he can be impeached. I'm going to collect the signatures for Orengo to be impeached because we can't have a rogue governor in the name of the governor of Siaya.
Associate Tax and Exchange Control Department Cliff Decker, Dennis Maina, says the Finance Bill 2026 contains no major new taxes but fails to ease pressure on struggling Kenyans. He questioned fuel levies, bottled water taxation, and proposed tax enforcement powers, while warning that some measures could increase the burden on consumers and taxpayers. He was speaking today on Radio Generation.
My honest opinion, it's a balanced finance bill, but disappointing in some sense.
All right.
So, looking at the proposals in the finance bill, there are no major provisions or proposals that will change. For example, there are no new introduction of taxes. It's mainly administrative in nature and tying up issues of compliance.
Okay.
Why is it disappointing is early in the year, somebody had said that some reliefs would be brought about in the finance bill to caution the common mananchi from the cost of living.
Yes.
And they had said that they would introduce a relief of the personal relief would be increased to 3,000, so that anyone earning 30,000 and below, then they don't have to pay taxes.
Okay.
So initially we expected this to come through the income tax amendment bill, but due to the closeness of the finance bill, we thought it would come.
Yes.
So last week, CS said this is still a proposal that they're thinking about. They've even talked to the president.
Okay.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja is asking banks to give matatu operators a break on loan repayments. This comes after nationwide transport strike, which had disrupted travel and business, was paused for 1 week following talks with government and transport officials. Governor Sakaja says the strike caused hardship for thousands of Kenyans, affecting transport, trade, schools, and access to healthcare.
I want to appeal, and I know through the Waziris we shall reach out officially to financial institutions. We are in extraordinary times. The crisis we are in is global. Let us not take it out on our people. Hii mambo ya kuchotwa vitu yao kuwa auction saizi, we can talk to them on some level of amnesty for some time, because people are really struggling. And so it's good for you to know the government actually, we realize, that increase is extremely high. There are certain limitations of what we can do, but in the next few days you will see.
A U.S. federal judge has restricted immigration arrest at a key New York court that has become central to President Donald Trump's mass deportation policy. Judge Kevin Castle ruled that immigration and customs enforcement officers cannot make arrests without exemptional circumstances at and around 3 Manhattan Immigration Court buildings. The ruling specifically targets operation at 26 Federal Plaza in the New York, where ICE agents have been detaining migrants attending court hearings. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. In this particular hour, we want to talk about the politics of fuel, political tolerance or intolerance. With us in studio is the woman rep for Busia County and Secretary General of the ODM Party, Honorable Catherine Omanyo. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. Nice to see you. Hey, nice to see you. Last time ulikuanga hapa ukatuambia mambo yamebadilika, mambo yamekuwa sawa. How has been your interaction with the public after that?
I'm just taking every day as it comes.
Yes.
I face it as it comes.
Yeah.
Because life, sometimes you can imagine you can bite big.
Yeah.
But you can't chew. So it's good to also understand why people react the way they do.
Yes.
And then now come out with a solution.
Okay.
You might not solve it immediately, but in bits. I'm seeing many people now understanding me because I was like the dark horse, little known. And a few propagandists ran ahead of everybody to analyze me,
yes,
evaluate me. In a month, in a week,
yes,
they concluded that they knew me and I had nothing to offer. So I'm just happy. We have people who are humble enough to want to understand me. And we are taking bits of steps.
Yeah.
They could be toddler steps, but it's
steps
important
nonetheless.
Yes.
But umeona sasa watu wametulia.
Hata matusi imeisha.
Watu walisha move on, shida ni nyingi sana.
Yes.
Sasa umeacha kukua stress ya watu wana focus on other things.
Yes, yes.
Speaking of which, there are some things that are really hurting Kenyans. For example, the fuel crisis. We know for a fact that there are problems out there. Strait of Hormuz, na the fight in Ukraine, the fight also between the US, Israel and whatever. But as you've seen in the last couple of days, Kenyans are really asking for help. They're crying out.
Everyone, including me.
Yes.
Because there's no way I can discuss anything with anybody from home without touching these problems. When you face toxic dynamics as a leader, you have to come up with priorities. And to me, fuel affects everybody, the big man and the small man.
Yeah.
If you talk to people who own factories, even smaller ones like Posho Mill at home, they are forced to double prices, and that touches Nafula at home. When Nafula is not happy, who, including the president, will be happy? So I just want to applaud the gestures that have been taken, one, by the Matatu sector, those leaders. They had a very good idea to do you can resist something but peacefully. I liked how they had the instructions they gave. They just tooled down.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, thieves or goons, or I think there are people who love whenever a conflict arises, maandamano.
Yeah.
They use it for their own benefit. Watching some trucks being burnt and some shops
looted.
Yes. Why should maandamano then turn into that? Because Article 37 of our Constitution allows people to peacefully do their things, civil
really
disobedience. Yes,
it's
really brilliant. But then if you go and you start stealing, some people armed, then that is not maandamano.
Actually, if you look at what happened on Monday, what were matatu or the public service vehicles, they just withdrew their services. People were told, walk to work if you want to go, just don't use a
It was a smart way of communicating.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like I've said, some people took advantage of it and started looting. So maybe in future, we shouldn't even start calling for maandamano anymore. It has now turned into something bad.
But how do people
Baba used to have these maandamanos and gave instructions as well. Issue oriented, yes, but again you could see some looters come in as early as 5 a.m. to do their thing. There's a gentleman I watched on TV yesterday. He's from Central Kenya, somewhere in Nyeri. He woke up yesterday to only realize that his shop has no products to sell anymore. All the phones are stolen.
Oh dear.
Yes, and supermarket torched somewhere in Naivasha, a building that costs I think a couple of millions was in smoke. So is that maandamano?
No, it's not.
No, so we need to rise up. We are 60 years and above. Kenya, since independence, we are old enough to realize that whenever we want to ask for something, it should not bring losses to us again. Because that person who maybe is paying loans has not recovered, has not even started enjoying his sweat. You go and reduce them to zero. And most people, I learned, they don't insure their buildings. They don't insure essential things that they sell. Like the phone seller who was whining, crying, and begging for help. It really hit me that many Kenyans own little enterprises, but they don't insure them. So if he has run down to zero, he means zero. He doesn't mean that he has somebody who can come in to compensate an insurance company.
You know, a lot of this, and you're right in saying that even insurance, we are not taking up insurance as small business owners because we can't afford that insurance. And if we can afford it, that means that we'll have to mark up the price, again transferring that stress to the consumer. There's something that caught my attention on that same Monday ya maandamano, or rather ya mugomo, whereby there's a vehicle that was torched, a Mazda, somewhere along Thika Road, I think it was. The person, the owner of the vehicle, said that the people stopped him, just like they were stopping other vehicles. Other vehicles were told to go back. The ones that were told to go back went back. But this specific one had UDA fatigues in his cars. I think he had a scarf, maybe kofia na hoodie. So when they saw UDA, you know, attire in his car, they decided to ban it because they affiliated this particular individual with UDA. So you can tell that there's a lot of anger even towards the president's party. I don't know whether in ODM you have noticed this or you've taken note of this, and what as a party you are planning to do about this, because let's not forget that you guys are together and we are thinking that you will be together up until election day.
I think some people are camouflaging using for this mandate is maandamano. They are using another incident to score their own issues, because I don't see how somebody just carrying a t-shirt of any color, let me not even use yellow, even red, it could be Jubilee, why you should go ahead and torch
his car,
their property or vehicle. We need to learn that some politicians or leaders have been bitter. Hurting sentiments have been thrown out there, and unfinished business is being witnessed. People want to revenge using any incident, any situation. Like now, the fuel crisis, it's a global problem. The only problem with our nation is we are still developing, and our minimal wage in our nation, you can't compare with those nations that are developed. We also don't produce fuel. We are hurting like really bad because we missed out opportunities. When we heard that there's oil, we could have done something as a nation to produce our own oil. And then when we go to negotiate, it should not be individuals benefiting. It should be the country benefiting. So when I hear of G2G and their middlemen also there, then the math there is not adding up. So leaders who have been pushing to hate a particular person, they do not know that they have a following. I always say that even a madman in a marketplace has a following.
Yes.
People will go to a market, especially where I was born and raised. We have a particular market day. And somebody will go to the market to purchase whatever they have gone to purchase. Meanwhile, go to watch a madman dancing or doing his thing. So any leader must always remember that they have a following. And if you have a following, anything you say, that youth looking upon you will want to do exactly what you have said. So if you demonize any leader, not really following like what can solve, what can bring hope to Kenyans, but just hating a particular individual, any incident that comes up, they will attach it to that individual and say they are the cause of these problems.
Yeah.
And now for the guy who was torched, I'm really sorry for him, even if he had UDA t-shirts. It is not him. They punished him to send a message to somebody, which is very unfortunate. So we are all taking a wrong corner. The fuel crisis was well pronounced. The instructions that were given were good. But then some politicians took it up to bring this mess. So we couldn't have witnessed the looting and the burning of properties if the politicians could not have incited young people irrelevantly. You can incite me, but relevantly. They incited badly, and you could hear some of them saying, "Hii maandamano itakuwa mother of all." But for what? You know? So I really want to applaud the leaders from the transport sector for taking a bold step and calling it off as we continue negotiating. You know, being a leader in ODM as well, it is not something you go to sleep over it. You ponder on and on, asking a few other leaders, what do we do? So the government has taken a bold step. Anything that brings a reduction in prices is a positive step. So as we continue also being patient, we still want the fuel prices reduced, because many Kenyans don't earn good salaries. They struggle. They really, it's hand to mouth. So somebody was comparing America to us, or saying America, the prices are also even higher. But somebody who gets maybe the lowest in some of the states, they are guided. Even somebody who sweeps the floor would be earning like a bank manager in Kenya. So we can't really compare the lifestyle of developed nations to ours.
I believe someone here yesterday told us it's about $19 an hour. $19 is good money.
It is. I would change even how I speak. Yes, many people, if they went even to the airport, somebody said, and back, you would see them having some swag. Like something has been lit. In their life. So
still on President Ruto and UDA. Like today's newspaper, I think it was the Standard, they say that currently he's in Azerbaijan, and I think he's going to another country. I'm forgetting that country, but they're saying that per hour the plane that he's using is costing 3.2 million Kenya shillings. That is per hour. I don't know if that is something that is concerning not UDA but ODM, because there's a time that same thing happened and Baba was very vocal about it. He was like, why are you using private jets, yet we have our own planes, we have our own pilots, we can charter, not charter, but we can even take commercial flights if need be. Just like in the Africa Forward Summit, some presidents used commercial flights to come to Kenya.
It's a good observation, and I know he listens. I know as we keep correcting the way we also live, to just make sure that most Kenyans are also living a better life. I think if that is what is happening, then he's a good listener and he will adjust a few things. I know his trips abroad is not about him. It's about Kenya. And many young people who've gotten jobs abroad, it is because of these trips that he makes. He goes to, as we solve our Kenyan problem, unlocking jobs, you can still visit other nations that need this manpower that is being wasted here. We can get our youths there to be employed.
Yes.
But the main thing, especially in our country, I've been around East Africa and many of our neighbors.
Yeah.
In fact, some of them, if they come to Nairobi, they say they have been to New York. They look at Kenya as a nation to emulate. So we are tasked to do better as a nation, to unlock jobs. I witnessed a lot of wastage. Electrical grids, if you looked in most of our places in nation,
yes,
they waste a lot. If we upgraded the energy sector, they upgraded the electrical grids,
yes,
it will cut down the operational costs. And the industries will also cut down how, they would have charged a product. By the time it reaches retail shops,
yes,
Mwananchi will not be feeling the heat.
True.
We have a lot of wastage, and we need to, as a nation, start from there. I had Honorable Mbadi mention about also cutting costs from, is it 3%, 3 shillings to 1.5 something.
Yeah.
He was mentioning that. I think it
Okay.
will also cut down fuel prices in a big way. So Mwananchi at home, those who use kerosene, somebody said nobody is using kerosene today. There are people who still use lamps as light at night.
Yes.
They don't have solar, they don't have electricity. Kerosene is important.
People who still use kerosene to cook.
They do.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
We call it stove. Yeah, they still use.
Yeah.
So let us not assume that we have all shifted and we are all safe. We are using gas or electricity. We still must consider kerosene, diesel, petrol. Everybody in Kenya uses something in that category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things that seems to, there are discussions that probably take place on a day or two and then they disappear. One has to do with communication, specifically government communication on what they do, what they hope to do, and situations.
Yeah.
This issue of fuel is not quite what the reality represents.
Yeah.
When people talk about fuel, how we buy fuel, throw in G2G if you wish, and then talk about the volatility of the world market with regards to what's happening in Iran. It's a situation that can be explained by those who understand it. And it is that when we have fuel coming into the country and we're paying for it, it's not as though it left the refinery that day and it arrived in Kenya on that same day. No.
Yeah, yes. I see what you're drawing.
Yes. Even as the Iran-Israeli-American situation was developing, there were ships on the high seas that were already heading in this direction.
Yeah.
The price of whatever fuel they had was the price of fuel before that war began. And those ships are not few. We have ships docking here, if not every week, every other week. Because we cannot survive for beyond 21 days without fuel coming in here. So the question is, How long does it take before the effects of that war actually affects the oil that we are, or the fuel we are buying? Because at that point in time, whatever which is being pumped to us has been affected by the volatility of the world economy. So we are now bearing the brunt. Case in point, this particular oil situation that we're speaking of.
I think we need people who project. Even before the war began, there were talks about the war. So we hardly project of the future. We don't see what will happen if the war actually happens, or if it doesn't happen still, as a nation, what can we clinch? What can we hold on and say we do not want to depend on people?
Let me give you an example of what it is that I am speaking to. If we are going to buy oil for the next 2 weeks, we are buying it now. So what is the price of that fuel now? EPRA, if you look at its mandate, they are the ones who are supposed to tell us these things.
Communication.
It's not a secret. The price of this fuel, Mheshimiwa, is not a secret.
Yeah.
It's not a secret that only EPRA wako nayo, and then they tell us on the due date. You ask, what do we do?
We looked shocked, all of us.
Yes, we looked shocked because EPRA knew. Government officials, that ministry knew.
Yeah.
And they didn't know a day before. They knew a week and week. They knew.
Yeah.
They knew.
Also, some people are taking advantage of everybody. You know, anybody who makes a shilling out of a crisis is a thief. So if they knew and didn't communicate in time and waited for us to almost collapse at the pronouncement, that is also wrong.
Mheshimiwa, why did we create EPRA?
to guide,
yes,
to advise,
yes,
to
regulate, to communicate.
Yes, and just tell us maybe in the next 2 or 3 months this is going to happen.
Do you know?
So we process.
It is something that they can do. But you ask, what do we do? There was a proposal for a Petroleum Act. Among the key components of that act is that we should have oil or fuel reserves of up to at least 6 months. In reality, if we had those reserves, this is 2018, 2019, if we had put that into action, even as this war was raging, we would have had reserves. Rwanda has reserves.
They do. You know, that also wakes up something in me. EPRA, if they continue playing us, they will be disbanded. We do not want anyone who takes advantage of our people. You know, like I say, Baba put people first. And if anybody has been mandated to handle a particular docket and they sleep at their job, why should we then have them in the office?
It's a valid question that you're asking. We have a pipeline. Not many countries have the pipeline. We have a pipeline, and we keep upgrading it. And it's a wonderful tool.
Yeah.
The next hop was storage. How difficult can that be?
It can't be.
We already have storage for the fuel that comes in. We do.
Yeah.
So we were saying expand that capacity. How can that be that difficult?
It's so easy.
Yes.
Because we should be more bent on solutions.
Yes.
Not curing.
Yes.
Because we don't prevent. We could have prevented. But now we are struggling to cure something that they could have prevented. EPRA is sleeping. And
when
they need to be shaken.
wake up.
Yeah, they need to be shaken.
You know, when you have a government institution that we're told is independent and whose fundamental role is to safeguard the citizenry,
exactly,
and you don't see that happening, the problem is that we will then assume that whatever you tell us is not true, even when it is true. I have never understood this. What is it that makes it so difficult for the government to communicate the things that they do? You in ODM now are shaking hands with the government. I can see it's a continuous handshake. Why is it so difficult for the public to be told things in advance? I actually am puzzled, genuinely.
There's a missing link. That is, you're so correct. Like I said, apart from EPRA, any other body put there to advise, regulate, communicate on time, they should not wait until last minute to start explaining. You know, if you explain anything to a hungry man, you are making noise. You are just blabbering. Right now, if you explained to Nafula that you see this is what happened, that is jargon. But if you started preparing Nafula 6 months to 3 months to, finally, when it happens, they were prepared psychologically. And now they'll be asking, what next? But today, we wake up to this fuel prices hiked already. You know, anything can happen. And you can't control what an angry man decides to do. Sometimes, even these looters, they are looting because they are hungry. There's no excuse to bend the law, to break the law. But sometimes you ask, what did they steal? You hear somebody from a kiosk saying they took flour. Can you take flour to go and throw? You take flour to go and prepare ugali. So EPRA is sleeping on their job, and they need to be shaken, not just shaken, to be replaced by a serious body or serious individuals in that
who know what they are doing.
Yes, in that
institution. Kenyans, it's not like Kenyans don't understand the whole situation in the Strait of Hormuz. For sure they do know. It's not like they do not understand fuel prices have gone up worldwide. Actually, they know even America, or the largest oil producer, also perhaps is having their gas and oil double the price of us here in Kenya. But those things they're saying that can be done to make things easy on them. And you even mentioned some of them when you were here, and you said you're going to Parliament to ensure that some things are done, and we actually saw that happened. But they say that there's much more that can be done, and that is the push that
progressive.
Hiyo ndio mnaona kwa streets. Mnaona watu wakiamua kutembea kazini, matatu zina withdrawiwa. Mnaona memes kwa Twitter na huko kwingine watu wanaongea vibaya venye wanataka kuongea.
Like I said, on my way from Ngong.
Yes.
I passed so many people that day walking to town.
Yeah.
And it clicked because I've been there, and I don't want to forget how it feels when you walk from, let me say, Tasia to industrial area.
Hey,
or Tasia to, yes, they do. I have friends who do. So what then do I do? Because I have been there, and I know how it feels. How can you be earning 25,000 a month or 16,000 a month and end up paying, if you decided to take a bus to town and then connect, maybe you spend roughly per day 300 shillings times 24? That's a lot of money. So it's like you're working for matatu owners and not anything to do with basic needs.
Very true.
So we are sinking into severely poor people. We are sinking into a level where you can't describe humanity anymore because it's lost.
Yeah. Speaking of loss, yesterday you tweeted about the loss of one of your staff members, Frederick.
Yes.
Sad. Frederick Odiwuor.
Yes. Papa. We call him Papa.
Papa.
Yeah.
Papa was shot. What happened?
It's sad. I was numb because he had taken his wife to hospital to deliver. And I think the hospital lacked some things, which is again unfortunate. How can a hospital lack gloves? So he rushed to go and buy whatever he was asked to bring. And on his way there, somebody called him and said one of his friends was arrested, and one of the shop that I think the friend owns is being robbed. And Papa, Papa just goes into problems. You know, he to try and help. He gets himself in trouble all the time. I had spoken to Papa yesterday personally. not to go to maandamano because he can go beyond a notch you can imagine. So having known his weakness as a friend, I told him do not go to any kind of maandamano. Yesterday, he was quiet. He didn't participate. A day before yesterday.
Okay.
But yesterday, somebody called him to come help.
That is yesterday, Tuesday.
Yes, somebody called him to go and help. There was robbery happening.
Okay.
So he went to help. Unfortunately, somebody shot him from his back. And up to now, I have not had clear, answers. I'm asking people what exactly happened. But he had told me about the wife going to maternity.
Yes.
He actually gave me his little girl to talk to. And the little girl asked me to buy her shoes. Viatu mzuri, tafi ya kwenda shule, So I said, fine, we'll see what to do.
Okay.
And I actually M-Pesa'd Papa to go buy that little girl.
Tafis, yes.
Because the girl really likes me. So, it's hard to explain.
Okay.
Papa is my employee. I employed him because when I was seeking this seat to be an MP, he was deliberate. He focused. He fought. He traveled with me across the county. Sometimes we could lack, but I never had him complain and say, yeah, leo tumeshinda njaa. Sometimes people put some pettiness. He focused on the prize. When we made it, he ran and hugged me like a little boy who has found the mom who was lost. That kind of feeling.
Okay.
And then say, leo tu, yani hata mimi ni best ya muhesh, that kind of feeling.
Yeah.
So I took him up. I employed him because sometimes we juggle. You can have 10 slots or 20 slots and then you spread across. He was one of them who benefited.
Poleni sana.
So we are mourning. We are utterly shocked as a community.
Poleni sana
and he's very famous.
To you
Actually,
and
everybody knows Papa.
And the wife and the children.
Yeah.
Has the wife delivered?
I'm waiting for the news.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many children does he have?
I do not answer for men. I answer for women.
You have spoken well, and I withdraw the question.
I have been in funerals where just one wife was known and maybe 3 kids. Then others come and you can't, because in Africa you don't ask for DNA. No. Aunties and uncles will look at the children and say, that is ours. So I never answer that question for men.
Okay. And I respectfully withdraw that question.
Thank you.
Next question. There's something that Governor Orengo said about Governor Wanga, which obviously has sparked a lot of conversations online. What do you make of those utterances? Because he said that Mheshimiwa Wanga ni kama anabeba suruali mkononi.
Hey, I always respected people who looked civilized. They looked like everything about them in good suits and big English, eloquent, articulating issues. I mistook it for a civilized person. Governor Orengo is a coward. A real man does not express their frustrations in that manner. The days when women were called names, Malaya, are gone. Governor Orengo every day also parts with his boxers. Anatoa boxer yake pia yeye akikuwa busy. Is that shocking? It is no longer shocking. Let us look. Gladys Wanga is a hurricane. Let him just understand that girl works hard. Since when Baba left us, there are people I salute. She's one of them. Very strong, focused to build the party. Even these noises that Orengo is making, I don't think she's even bothered. I've been with Wanga across the country. she hardly sleeps. She goes to sleep late sometimes, making sure that before the next day's event comes up, everything that was planned, whoever she tasked, has handled it. So I think the days when some badly cultured men expected women just to give birth, go to the river, fetch firewood, cook for them, iron, those days are gone. And only a Neanderthal in their mind, in their behavior, will still want to push down a woman of that caliber.
Wow.
He should be braced, and he should know that even today, if we were to have the two, Gladys Wanga and Orengo, as the only presidential candidates, Wanga will beat him. Wanga will beat him.
Hands down.
So let him just get... In fact, if he has daughters, he should apologize. By now, he should apologize. What will his daughter ask him? Because we have children who are very innocent.
Yes.
My little boy comes to me and asks, Mommy, what did this person mean? So if his daughter will come to him, or his niece, and usually favorite ones come, mbona ulisema hivi? What answer does he have as a leader in Kenya?
Okay.
It shouldn't. Today we should have men and women who lead and lead well. Anything we say, it must be from a responsible mouth.
Yeah.
I always pray that one day he comes to his senses and becomes the lawyer we knew, somebody who knows that also that can be taken as hate speech. And I do not want to take a card of sexual sentiments that he uses. To me, not many have risen to where they are, like me as well, by sleeping around.
Yeah.
No. And if we must objectify anything, any success a woman has come up with, we take that card. Then I want to also ask him if he has any successful girl in his own house. Have they been sleeping around? Why don't we just accept that a woman or a man can be smart at something and do it well? Even if you're burning with envy, you are green with envy, you are jealous, you still go home to sleep and say, actually they are good.
Yes.
And they have done a good thing. So Gladys Wanga is a workaholic, and she loves the party. She'll do anything to see the party stand. I remember one time when I was being bashed, I rushed to her, halfway in tears.
Yes.
And as the little girl can run to the mommy, I told her, imagine watu wananisalimia. Watu tu wenye sijui, simu yangu hata nimeogopa kufungua.
Yeah.
It's no longer fun to be on my phone.
Okay.
She just, as if she didn't hear, she told me, focus. Wewe ndio SG wa chama, focus. In fact, I expected that. So nikasema hivyo tu, kwani imeisha hivyo. She didn't want to hear the whining bit. She wanted me to focus on the job. And actually from there we went to an event. She handled it. And then she ushered me to speak. And I really tried. I said, wow, okay, this is it.
Still on the dramas of ODM, CS Mbadi was also under fire sometime last week, for the last couple of days, because of the issues, so the things rather that he said about Honorable Ruth Odinga. So there has been this mambo mpaka hata Raila Junior akakuja akamwambia, look, there are some spaces some spaces you do not venture into.
Protecting auntie.
Yeah. What's the issue?
Like I said, people take time to heal.
Yes.
When we lost Baba, we didn't plan. There was no formula of preparing to lose Baba either. Even in a family, you can never know how to handle anything sometimes when you lose a wife, a husband, and many people heal in different ways. So if we can heal by screaming,
you scream.
We will scream even louder. In ODM, Baba left us to express ourselves the way we want.
Yes.
And we would do it. But Baba was a feminist. That's what everybody forgets. Baba protected
women.
And he could see potential. You know, when Baba even put me to be the Deputy Secretary General,
yes,
I also doubted myself. Esther Pasaris told me, you know, Baba stuck on your name. I said, what? Yes, people gave some, their own opinion about you. Some were really not good. But Baba said, Omanyo is the Deputy Secretary General.
Period.
So what he saw in me, nobody has seen it yet, or they have started seeing. So Baba, in fact, if you went to bash a woman, telling them this one is not good, is immoral, is what, there was a day when he said that nobody comes to work with their private parts. I laughed. It was so funny.
Yes.
Indirectly, he was saying, let us not be petty. You want to call people prostitutes. Where a woman is, there is a man. Why do you only see the woman in it? So he focused on what they can do to build the party.
Yes.
So anytime any man in our party will go and stoop low and call women names or describe them the way they want, then they are not good students of Baba. Okay. They have not graduated. Baba protected women, and he forcefully, whether prepared or not, he positioned them. Look at Homa Bay today.
Yes.
We have Gladys Wanga, we have Dr. Ivo Bara, we have Dr. Lillian Gogo. We have Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Is it just that they were too good? No, Baba knew that he needed to be there for them and pushed them. So my prayer is we emulate that, and we don't stray away from what Baba could have done if he was alive.
Yeah. There's a listener or viewer who has sent this. Anasema, the relationship between the United Democratic Alliance, that is UDA, and the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, has entered a period of significant instability as of today. This was tweeted on 18th of April. This is the acting ODM SG Catherine Omanyo dismantling the government she serves. Have you dismantled, or around that time, did you dismantle the government that you are serving?
Fuel crisis.
Yeah.
I said, Mwananchi comes first. And what I meant there, I actually said mwananchi haezi umia na mimi niko comfortable kwa broad based.
Okay.
Because we are in,
yes,
we will negotiate, we will discuss that mwananchi asikie mzuri kwanza. Actually, I used a phrase.
Yeah.
I said broad base itakuwa broad based if Mama Mboga ana smile.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And then also, there's this other one by NTV. ODM Sec Gen, Catherine Omanyo says the party's 12 billion funding claim will be part of negotiations with the government. This one was tweeted on 7th of May.
It is our right. Any party in Kenya gets money from the political party fund.
Yeah.
We have not been funded for quite some time. It goes all the way back from 2018.
Yes.
So it's accumulating. In fact, if they continue delaying, we will be talking of more, not just 12 billion.
Conversation imefikia
so
wapi?
It's because Baba was resisting too much.
Yes.
So that was kind of a kind of punishment that the party faced. But if we truly want to protect the constitution,
yes,
give Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Very
and
true.
That is what I meant. We are owed by the government 12 billion. Even if we negotiate that they part with some of it in bits until we are cleared,
yes,
we have no problem. And actually it has to be part of it, because how do we run the party? How do we then call each other friends if you are holding on something that matters to me, and you want me also to help you in other ways? So we have to get that money.
Yeah.
The party is demanding that.
You know, Mheshimiwa, this has nothing to do with friendship. It's the law.
It's our right. Yes.
It's the law.
Yes.
If that money is not paid, the government is breaking the law.
The law, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is not something that someone does for you because they're happy with you on that particular day.
Exactly.
No.
Ni sheria.
It's like a salary.
Yes.
You're not paid a salary because the boss likes you. It's
because you've worked.
There is an agreement you have. That salary is not based on your likability.
Yeah.
It's based on a certain performance contract and what you do.
Yeah.
If you're a political party and you have this number of MPs and your position within the political sphere is this, it is incumbent upon the government to pay you your dues because there's a percentage due to you.
Yes.
It's not really complicated.
Actually, it's the law. But also, I know the country is struggling. So that's why I said, even if they paid kidogo, that's okay. Bora wanalipa.
Piecemeal. Once they draw 1 billion.
Ni kulipa.
You see, ODM has the right to determine and to discuss modalities because, as you say, you don't need to be part and parcel of the government through a handshake to understand the dire straits the government is in.
Yes.
We live here, we know.
We can see.
So that level of understanding is acceptable because you say, look, folks, let's be realistic about our situation.
Yeah.
You can't pay us this at once. That one we know. But we have seen similar negotiations with, say, for instance, the health workers in the country. We've seen this with people who work in the education sector. We've seen this.
Yeah.
There is a problem. There's well, in their case, it's a back to work formula with certain payments being made possible and said this is what we'll pay you. But there's something else I wish to discuss. We have 5 minutes to do so.
Yes.
When we talk about a handshake, how do you go about the business of telling your handshake partners that they are going wrong? How do you go about telling your handshake partners that perhaps the path they need to follow is different?
A good friend will not just want you to be clapping for them even if they are wrong. And I prefer, as a friend to anybody, to tell them the truth, and also they do the same to me. There are people who are sycophants in every corner. Even if the president is wrong, they will be still saying, but uko poa, uko poa.
It's a job requirement.
Yet he's thinking. So we need to, as a party, to focus on what mwananchi wants first. Anything that is against or suppresses mwananchi, then that way I don't think we'll be on the same page. So as a friend of all this, I will be deliberate. Anytime I will say the truth, because all the time I'm with the people. I speak their language. At home you'll hardly hear me speak English. I speak Luya, I speak Swahili. Even from here, immediately I leave. If somebody calls me, if they sound like they are from home, local language,
we switch.
I'll be there. Orie bwana. Muno. Then I'm like, what is going on at home? In the language they understand. That way they express themselves the way I want to understand the needs that they are asking for. So I like to be myself, to be real, not to camouflage to be something I'm not. So we will be telling each other the truth.
Is there an avenue that you have within the party structures where such communication can be held? Because it is one thing to say that you speak and you understand the ground, as we call it, and yet it is another when the ground seems to have a view that seems to be in constant conflict with what the government seems to stand for. And we talk about what the government seems to stand for because of the pronouncements that are made. Some of them are made by someone like, say, the Minister for the Minister
Energy.
For Finance.
Treasury. Remember, everybody has a right to air their views.
No, very true. When you're in a position of authority,
yes,
that right exists, but you must make responsible utterances.
It is measured, it is metered.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has consequences.
Yes, all the time. Like a good student of Baba, we will all channel our ideas to helping the people of Kenya. This Republic of Kenya belongs to all of us. Anything that we do must actually be geared to help the people of Kenya and not to make them live like slaves in their own country. So I just want a few people who are bold enough also to say the things the way they are. And that is what I'm praying, that God will help me to continue saying and representing people.
Sawa mheshimiwa, siulize swali lingine.
Kuna swali ilikuwa imetumwa hapa on the issue of bursaries. Someone is saying that you do not consider the needy. The money is going to fund your own projects.
In fact, now I go across the county,
right,
giving, and it's the coordinators who bring the names of the needy people. In fact, when we go to give these bursaries, I insist that we don't go to flamboyant places to issue. We go to a widow's home or a very needy home, a place where if I reached there, I look around and see what the need is.
Okay.
If it is a dilapidated home, my first thing, even before we finish our event, I send my boys to go to the hardware to bring iron sheets and nails and some money for the fundi to build that person a good house as we give bursaries. So if all widows that have visited are my projects, then so be it. Orphans that I help across, some of them when I see, imagine a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old staying in one small cube, a house with the mom and other siblings. I take them to my project, which I started way before I became an MP. So when I take them to come and stay with me, and they go to apply bursaries from county level, they go to the MPs, they come to me, they go to MCS, wherever they will get, they are citizens of Kenya. They are not Catherine's children. So I do not know what this person means, but people who know me, they have known me from 23 years, way before I became an MP. I've been helping orphans. I still do.
Okay.
They are even at the universities. I write checks. Before I was a member of parliament, I used to write my own checks.
Okay.
And my husband has a project too. You know, he's American.
Okay.
That funds. So that person might not be very conversant to my vision, but he should know that the things I own even today, I owned them before I joined
politics.
Okay. And when I support orphans, I did not start yesterday. I started in 2003 when I was still at the University of Nairobi.
All right.
Yes.
Last issue I'd like you to comment on is the issue of femicide. As a woman representative, we are seeing a lot of women, the latest one being Rachel Wandeto, who passed on the day before yesterday.
It is, I don't know what is happening to our society today. I've read about these ladies, Alice Rianga, Paris Nyabonyi, and latest Rachel Wandeto.
Yes.
Somebody said Rachel had a tattoo.
Of President Ruto.
People have tattoos of even ex-lovers. But they don't burn themselves because they hate it. And it didn't end well. We have become beasts in the society. For you to reach a level of burning somebody's sister, somebody's mother, just because they have a tattoo, or because maybe they said no after maybe being together. You know, some of this is love that turned sour. We have become beasts. Our morals in the society, there are days we could sit with our pastors, we sit with our aunties. They give us a few tips on how to handle a woman or a man. I think some of the men are just weak and they don't expect a no for a no. Some days we used to say no, but we mean yes. And it was so easy sometimes because most women were vulnerable. Today, women are independent and they decide what they want to do with their bodies, with their life. So unless we rise up to that occasion and understand why women have become what they are today, then we will continue causing mayhem in that manner. I want to rebuke. I want to condemn. I want to mourn with the families that have lost their daughters in that manner. I might not say much, but it aches me as a mother of twins, girls, who I do not know once they leave my house, who they are dating, or in the office, who they are seeing, or even in their world, because Gen Zs say, when they are out, mommy, stop calling, So
I belong to the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid as a mother because we just read this every day and we are not doing anything. I think if any culprit will be arrested, will be caught, having done such heinous acts, they should not be released. They shouldn't. Okay. Why should they be released? To be released to do another one, to kill another girl? No. So we shouldn't accept that. And our parents at home and pastors, I think, let us come back to the norms. The African way of raising children is lost. We are confused. If I met today a young man of 24 years and asked them when they even visited their grandfather, it is not their priority anymore. But there are reasons why some of us were close to our grannies. The way, the culture of respect.
And wisdom.
Respecting a woman, respecting elderly people, respecting. I can walk in a bus today and find a little boy seated, very comfortable on the seat. But an older man walks in and the boy does not even understand that maybe it is respect to stand up, because at 23 you have all the energy. But the man who has walked in the bus is 66, struggling. They don't. So something is amiss in the way we have raised our children. We have to accept that. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for making time, for coming. Endelea kupigania wanawake kule bungeni. Tunakutakia kila la heri na tunaombea ODM muweze kupata nguvu ya kupigana hii vita iko hapa mbele.
ODM iko sawa. Iko chonjo. Ndio uone mtu ana feel hit. Inamuuma mpaka anasema ati wamama wanatembea na suruali kwa mkono. Unajua sio Gladys pekee mwenye anaongelelea. Anaongelelea wamama wote ambao wamerise, wakawa ma CEO, wakawa ma vice presidents, wakawa. Ukitusi Gladys umetusi wamama wote wa Kenya na Afrika. And we have an opportunity to realize as a community that you do not leave half the talent behind if you want to develop a nation. Women have that. Why are we 52%? We are beyond half the population of Kenya. So there's no way you will miss a woman and call yourself sober in any way. Even a drunkard man sees properly when they see a woman. So let Orengo not be hypocritical when it comes to leadership.
All right. Yeah. Here we are. We come to an end. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early. Kwa sasa tunasema kwa heri.
Asanteni sana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga. Acting ODM Secretary General Catherine Omanyo says rising political hostility is turning legitimate public concerns including fuel price protest, into opportunities for violence, looting and revenge attacks. Speaking on Radio Generation today, she links Kenya's economic strain to global fuel shocks and structural weaknesses, arguing that the country's dependence on imports worsens hardship for ordinary citizens.
You know, being a leader in ODM as well, it is not something you go to sleep over it. You ponder on and on, asking a few other leaders, what do we do? So the government has taken a bold step. Anything that brings a reduction in prices is a positive step. So as we continue also being patient, we still want the fuel prices reduced, because many Kenyans don't earn good salaries. They struggle. They really, it's hand to mouth. So somebody was comparing America to us, or saying America, the prices are also even higher. But somebody